2.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our hearing for September 9th, 2025. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Please silence all electronic devices. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Our first case, page 61. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25040893, case address 2101 Southeast 4th Avenue, owner Anna Knezovich. This case was first heard 7/8/25 to comply by 8/12/25 and 9/9/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Morning, sir. Good morning. How are you all? Tyler Muchler, here on behalf of my client, Juan Felipe Hanoa. Okay. Just a little background. As you may recall, Jack Seiler was the conservator on this case. The owner is deceased. I won't go into the backstory, but it's a tragic story. Since that time, our client is the deceased's brother. He has been appointed successor conservator of the estate while we're waiting for a declaration of death. At this time, I spoke with Inspector Santos yesterday. I understand that there's some issues with overgrowth in the gravel and on the lawn, as well as a landlord licensing issue. I spoke with Jack Seiler yesterday to get an update at where things left off. He had remedied the issues after the first hearing, but the property has grown again. As far as the landlord issue, he believes that the tenants were removed from the property, so that should be rendered moot. So at this time, there's just the overgrowth issues. We're working now to have any funds that Jack Seiler was in possession of transferred to our client to pay to have these issues remedied. I'm not sure that there are any liquid funds, but there are several pieces of real property in Broward County and Miami-Dade County that our client intends to sell to liquidate those assets and have liquid funds to spend to remedy these issues while the sale of this property is pending. So at this time, I'm really just requesting another extension of 60 days to allow our client to get in there and resolve these issues and let the procedural aspects play out. There's a hearing on October 16th to declare Anna Knezovich as deceased, which will allow us to open the probate in the estate.
City's position? You opposed?
No, we're not opposed at this time.
I'm not sure the city entirely agrees with the issue about the landlord, but I'll give you time to work on that with them. Basically, there's 3 outstanding violations. If you can convince them that the landlord registration issue has been resolved, then but I'm going to, for purposes today, I'm going to assume it's still there. So the time for compliance will be extended. You could do 71 days to November 19th. And I'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
With an order to reappear, sir.
With an order to reappear on that day. Actually, the hearing date would be 11/19. Okay?
Great. Thank you so much.
You.
I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 50. Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25050328, case address 2136 Northwest 7th Street, owner Our Community Inc. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/3/25 and 8/28/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Rebecca Dabani.
Okay. I'll hear from the city, please.
Guy Satterman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 50328 for the property located at 2136 Northwest 7th Street. This case was last heard on 7/24/25. The magistrate ruled in favor for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct a violation at the property. Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 10 days to comply for the violation 1812A, and for remaining violations 9, TAC 305B, 35 days or $100 per day thereafter per violation. A reinspection was requested by the owner on 8/18/2025, and the violation 1812A complied. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $1,800. At this time, everything has been complied on the property.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you put that microphone down a little bit? I think, there you go.
We're here to request a reduction of fines. So we recently moved and changed the mailing address of the property, and I had the change filed through the BCPA of the owner of the property. However, we weren't receiving the notices to the new property, and we set up the forwarding for the old property. However, we didn't receive those notices either. So we didn't receive actually the first notice until the 23rd of July, which is the day before the hearing that we were supposed to attend. And we did go out of town for a meeting on that day, which is why we missed that first hearing. So we were actually notified for the first time on the 23rd that we even were accruing, or were about to start accruing, these fines. And when we were notified, we reached out to the inspector and we told him that we would be going out of town for a meeting and we would start working on fixing these issues at the property. And so once we were notified, we did fix it, and I would say a timely manner. We did rectify it on the 21st.
How was notice provided initially? Do you know?
It was posted.
Posted? Okay. They posted the property for notice, which is a typical way that it's done. But I'll find that all the violations are in compliance. You were out of compliance for 18 days. I understand you were out of town. I'm going to waive the fine amount.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Matthew Flesher. Case number CE 2506-0029, case address 2901 Southwest 17th Street. Owner A&D Reholdings LLC, posted at property 8/25/25, posted at 1 East Broward 8/22/25.
Good morning, sir. Can you state
Good
your
morning.
name for the record?
David Vasquez.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
So,
Just a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to hear from the city first.
sorry.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25060029 for the property located at 2901 Southwest 17th Street. This property was first cited on June 11, 2025 for the following violation: 47-18.47.a. This RD-12.22 zoned property has been identified as a community residence. They have not registered with the Department of Sustainable Development in the City of Fort Lauderdale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7, 2025, and the violation 47-18.47.a remained. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 71 days or a fine of $150 per day to run thereafter.
Yes, sir.
So I am the owner of the property. I purchased the property in late 2019, early 2020. When I purchased the property, there was a community residence that was leasing that property from the previous owner for, I think, since 2016. I had the old lease with me. That person quickly actually went out of business, and we listed the property for rent again. We actually found another very similar business that ended up leasing the property to us. He's been our tenant, Mr. Salt, which is right here. He's been our tenant since 2020. We've had a great relationship.
I think the city is giving you 71 days to register.
Right, so that's the confusion, because on the corrective action, and I've spoken to Matthew, I've spoken Amy, Antoine just briefly now on the phone, emails Carlane as well. The corrective action says here, register the property as a community residence with the City of Fort Lauderdale Department of Sustainable. Me as the owner, I just want to make sure I'm being compliant with the city, right?
Right.
An ideal situation for me, Salt keeps running his whatever business he's doing there. We have a great landlord-tenant relationship. I don't want to have to get him out of the property.
Well, I don't, okay, but what's, I mean, you testified that you believe the use is there, so I'm kind of missing.
Well, I guess there's a misunderstanding whether this says register the property as a community residence. Okay, so there can be a community residence there, or it cannot.
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Lord. So the property cannot be registered as a community residence. So what happened is the renter of the property spoke to Carl Land, which is our urban planner, and said they were using the property as rental space, which is fine. The part that was missing is that the people that they're renting it to are people that are in recovery, which falls into a specific category. This area doesn't allow that. They tried to apply for the community residence permit, and they didn't pass the first level, which is to go through program is called Florida Association of Recovery Residents. They failed at that level, so it doesn't even make it to the city because the Florida Association of Recovery Residents said that it's not a category for that they will permit. So our zoning department has told us that they can't have that there. So their remedy is to either rent it out to people as a rental property or to stop using it as a community residence altogether.
Are you guys aware of this issue? The city attorney's office? Okay. Okay.
I believe this part of Fort Lauderdale was originally unincorporated in the past, and then it became part of Fort Lauderdale. I don't know if that plays a role of
Grandfather, you talking about?
legal non-conforming. Yeah.
I don't think that would play a role into it. It's not an annexed area to my knowledge, and even if it was, I think the code that we are using for community residents will cover all of Fort Lauderdale, even the annexed areas.
Right. So is the issue that they're not registered with the state, or is it a distance requirement, or what's the zoning doesn't permit it? What is the rule?
The issue is the area that they're in is not permitted. So the area that they're in is not permitted, and the specific.
Why is it not permitted?
Well, the specific use of whatever they're trying to apply for, which I don't know because we're not privy to the application, but whatever they're applying for, the Florida Association of Recovery Residents says that it's not a permitted use. So what they're applying for is.
I'm going to continue the case to give a chance to everybody to sort of figure out what the ramifications are, what the zoning is, and all the rest. So when's the next hearing?
Magistrate,
Yeah.
Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, I did just want to add that since this case has been opened, myself, Antoine, the code officer, have been in ongoing communication with the property owner and the tenant. They have had an immense amount of chances to speak to zoning, which they have, and there is no application in process. The information that they've provided them, they said that they wouldn't be approved. At one point in time, zoning was offered limited information where zoning said, oh yeah, you don't need that, because they weren't completely honest to the use. Yeah.
I think I want the city attorney's office to be
Okay.
involved in some issues here, so. Okay, no, okay, so,
He actually.
okay, but the tenant doesn't have standing, so I'm going to continue the case till.
Okay. Can he speak? Can I allow him to speak if I give him?
No, I'm going to continue the case. It's not going to be heard today.
Okay.
When's the hearing date then?
They're going to be back on 10/14.
You can do 11/19. Somebody out Friday. It doesn't have to be me.
Okay.
I need time to work this out. There's federal issues. All right, it'll be continued to November 19th.
November 19th will be a hearing here.
Yes.
Another magistrate meeting.
Yes.
Okay, let me just write this down. So,
That's it. We're done. Thanks.
what's that? Sorry.
We're done.
Okay, thank you for your time,
So-
Mr. Judy.
Hold on, I'm sorry. We have to do inspector is here, and he's not going to be here in October, and he doesn't work on this thing. We can do November 4th.
Do when?
November 6th.
November 6th? Okay. November 6th.
November 6th. So,
Thank you.
what should be my next steps?
No, it's not my job to give you legal
Okay.
advice. I continue the case to November 6th, so.
Okay, thank you so much
Thank
for your
you very
time,
much.
everybody. Thank you.
Our next case, page 18, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2506-0281, case address 2781 Southwest 3rd Street, owner Stephen Bellamy and Tony Perkins, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Tony Perkins.
Good morning, Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 6/11/25 and the following violations were observed. 9-304(B), the driveway at this property has potholes and weeds and grass growing through it. 9-280(H)(1), the fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The wooden fence at this property is worn with chipped slats, discolored, and has vegetation growing over the wooden slats. 9-306 is complied. 9-280(C), the walkway leading to the porch is cracked with peeling and cracked cement. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 9/8, the violation of 9-304(B) and 9-280(H)(1) and 9-280(C) remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 71 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Yes, sir. Anything you want to say?
Yes, so in regards to the driveway and the walkway, we have retained a driveway repair company to install the new concrete driveway. We just have to get some things done with our neighbor. There's part of the fence that has to be replaced, but on their side, there's things leaning against it that they have to move away. The other part, the soffit, the painting, that's been completed. So we're just asking, in addition to the 71 days, for 90 days to get everything squared away.
City opposed in 91 days?
No opposition. I don't oppose.
Huh?
No, I don't
Okay.
oppose.
All right. So the time for compliance will be. I guess I don't see 91 days. All right. We're going to do 71. There isn't a hearing in 91 days, so we'll do 71 here. 71 days. Okay. That would be the hearing date. Would be November 19th, or a fine $50 a day for each violation.
Okay, and just to clarify, if on 11/19 we're in the process of having it done or we're not done.
Just a minute. Do you want to do an order to reappear?
Yes, and I'll speak to you.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to do an order to reappear, which will require you to be here if it's not in compliance. If you comply them all out, then there's no need to be here, but you have to make sure that you talk to the city, and the city's in agreement that it's complied.
Okay.
So if there's something outstanding, you can be back here on November 19th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good luck to you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2505-0435, case address 535 Hendricks Isle, owner Amarello PMG, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This matter was first inspected on May 24th and cited for the following violation: 47-2020H. Parking facilities at this RMM 25 property are not being properly maintained and may create a hazard or nuisance. There's cracking, fading of the asphalt, as well as wheel stops that may be chipped, faded, or misaligned. An inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner of record. To date, the violation remains with no permit on file for the parking facilities. Therefore, the city is requesting 71 days, an order to reappear, or $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Matthew Azasian. So the city's going to give us 71 days without...
Yes.
I can just, oh, we'll take it. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to find that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 71 days to come into compliance. Or what was the fine amount?
$100
$100
a day.
a day. And in order to reappear, which would require you to come back on November 19th, assuming it's not in compliance.
So it won't be in compliance. There's a building being built next door, and their trucks are constantly on the...
Well, I'll let you talk to staff about that,
Okay.
how you bring it into compliance. But,
Okay.
I'm going to find that the violation exists, and if it isn't complied, it'll be back here on November 19th.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 62, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2412-0199, case address 1200 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner GoPool LLC. This case was first heard 6/26/25 to comply by 8/28/25. One section not complied at $100 per day.
Morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Paul Pulcini.
Okay. And you're here on behalf of GoPool LLC?
Yeah, I'm the owner.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll hear from the city, please.
Good morning. Jean-Claude Noble for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case that was just read into record. This property was first inspected on December 11, 2024. This is for an extension. The property owner is right there in front of us. There is one violation that still remains, and it's 47-20.13.f. It's been out of compliance for 12 days. There is a fine of $1,200. Fines continue to accrue, and the property owner is here to speak on getting a possible extension for this violation in this property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, they were kind enough to give me an extension last time I was here, and what happened in the meantime, which I guess is ultimately my responsibility, the contractor I hired had a provisional license which was no longer honored on July 1st. So we had to go through a process, a change of contractor, and we did that online. That turned out to be a debacle. We got that done, and then there was a problem with the system taking it, so we had to escalate it to Orlando Aram, who helped us out. So as of today, the contractor's supposed to start the work, so I'm asking for 30 days to become in compliance, sir.
City opposed?
We're not opposed.
Okay, all right, I'll grant the extension for 30 days, actually 35, I guess,
Correct.
which would be October 14th. Do you want to do an order to reappear or not?
He doesn't have to
You don't
reappear. I've been
think you
talking.
need it.
Yeah.
And the fines will be suspended during that period of time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, but there are outstanding fines, though, as of today.
I would like to take those away, but I understand we can't do that here, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah. I
All right,
understand.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 61, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2308-0539, case address 519 Southwest 27th Avenue, owner 519 Southwest 27th Avenue LLC. This case was first heard 4/9/25 to comply by 5/14/25 and 7/9/25. 4 suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $4,200 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 4/9/24, and at that Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Cannon ordered 10 days to comply for the violation of 9-363, 35 days for violation 9-306, and 91 days for violation 47-20.20(h), or $100 per day per violation thereafter. Special Magistrate Cannon also ordered a mandatory reappearance. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 7/9/24, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 91-day extension. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 11/12/24, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 140-day extension. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 4/8/25, Special Magistrate Cannon granted an additional 91-day extension. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 9/8/25, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines, and I have a property representative here to speak.
William Stecker.
Thank you.
Stecker.
Right. Go ahead.
When we were here last, I told you we were going to apply for a variance. We've already met with the adjustment people, may put in our application. We don't go in front of the adjustment board until October 8th. We had to get...
okay, just, you have to, if I was here when you were here last time, you have to
Right.
remind me, this is about parking, potholes. What would the Board of Adjustment have to do with potholes
It
and
has
parking?
nothing to do with the potholes. We
What's
fixed
it
the
have
front.
to do with?
The front of the property's been fixed. The 2 alleyways have been fixed. The parking in the back tends to flood, and then the parking is on gravel. They won't, according to code, and it's, in fact, I was looking in there, it's not even mentioned, but we're not supposed to park on gravel. So what we're looking for is a variance to allow the gravel parking for the drainage. And that's why we're going in front of that board.
Okay.
'Cause
Let me ask the city, if the board, first of all, does the Board of Adjustment have the power to do that? And if they do, would that comply the case?
Good morning. Supervisor Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Good morning. So I'm not sure if they would have the power to do that. This is a multifamily home, so I don't believe that
But they're scheduled, are you scheduled for the Board of Adjustment?
Yes.
They're on the agenda.
I mean, if you want to give an extension.
Yeah, I would get an extension to figure out what happens after that.
That's fine.
See, if we do not get the variance, they're going to lose that parking lot in the back for about a month or more, because we're going to have to figure out something for drainage. It's a real problem, and the owner bought the property. The gravel parking was there. It's been there since back in the 80s.
Okay. How much time do you need?
Depends on the board. If they pass me, we can get it fixed almost immediately. We'll, redo the blacktop.
Well, assume they don't.
Assume they don't?
Yeah, how much time are you going to need to
I'm
comply?
going to have to get an engineer in there, probably take about a month just to get drainage drawings, then apply for permit. Permit could
Opposed to
take another...
71 days?
No, the city is not opposed to 71 days with the stay fines.
Grant, extend the time for compliance 71 days. Notice to reappear, right? In order to reappear?
Yes.
Or not?
Yes. We would like
I have
an
no,
order to reappear.
it's an extension with no penalties, right?
Well, there's existing penalties, but I'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
Okay.
And that would be until November 19th.
November, you want to see us November 19th?
Yeah, assuming that you don't bring it into compliance. If you and the city are in agreement that it's in compliance, you don't have to come back. But if it's not, you would.
Well, I'll put it in here anyway.
Okay? It's a good idea, I think.
Thank you for your
You're
help.
welcome.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Gil Williams, case number CE 2409-0180, case address 1441 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner Jacob Reyes and Winter Fromhartz. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $7,300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
Winter Fromhartz.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2409-0180, address 1441 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This case was first heard on February 27, 2025 for the following violation. 47-20.20 has complied. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So the reason that it took so long to do the driveway is because I'm in the middle of the divorce, and I actually had to pay for everything myself because getting any contact from my ex-husband has been hard. So I'm just asking for the fines to be thrown out, I guess. And the lines have been painted too since that picture. So.
The property is currently in compliance. There's a fine amount of $7,300. I think it would probably be in your best interest if I impose the fines and then you make an application for amnesty. They have the power to reduce it by 90%.
Okay.
So I think that might be your best avenue.
How much
I'll
were the
let you-
fines per day?
Do I have the?
Excuse-
That's right.
No, I was going to request if you wanted to do the administrative costs. The administrative cost is $534.
That's the city's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. We'll reduce it to administrative costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then how do I get like a letter in the mail to like?
Yeah, there'll be an order.
Yes.
There'll be an order. Hold on just a minute. You want to read for the clerk again that amount exactly? 500 and what?
$534.
Okay, there'll be an order that says that.
Okay,
And you'll be given a period of time to pay it.
okay, thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 33. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25060618, case address 2224 Northeast 15th Court, owner Kathleen McQuaid, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Hello,
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Sean Alexander. I'm the Kathy's power of attorney.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning. This is Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 6/25/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-4C has been withdrawn. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls has not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits. There are areas of the exterior wall that has stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-308B, the roof is stained and or dirty. Violation 9-304B, the driveway at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The driveway is discolored and fading. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/3/2025 and find the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 9-306, 71 days for violation 9-308B, 71 days for violation 9-304B, 71 days for violation 9-305B, or a daily fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't know about the June inspection. I only became aware of the notification in early September. Kathy has become incapacitated. She is currently residing with her sister. That's why I'm here today. She does have a handyman who is working on these issues, but he's had some hardships. He had no vehicle. He couldn't get over to maintain the property.
Right.
What she's decided to do is sell the property.
Okay. City's looking to give you 71 days.
Okay.
Okay? And I understand what you're saying, and I'm not dismissing it, but I'm just...
I understand, sir.
I didn't know if you understood that what they were going to recommend was 71 days for compliance.
I appreciate that.
Which would
we
be,
need the time.
Which would be November 19th.
Okay.
Or a fine of, what was it, $50 per violation?
$50 per day for each violation.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Do you want a notice to reappear or not?
I don't need a notice to reappear. They plan on selling the property. I gave her my contact. If they need more time, she can always contact me and we can appear.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck
Thank
to
you.
you.
Thank
Can
you so
I ask
much.
you a question? I mean, do you have a buyer?
We're
Not yet.
looking, no, not
Okay,
yet,
just
but
wondering.
we're looking at a capital home buyers.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 25. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25050150, case address 2920 Northwest 69th Court, owner Jason Ravino, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Hey there.
Good morning. Can you state your
morning.
name for the record, please?
Jason Ravino.
Okay. Somebody here for this case?
Yeah.
He's coming.
Oh, there he is.
So as
Just a
far
minute,
as
let me hear from the city
Okay.
first, and then I'll give you a chance. This property, it says it's complied. Is there maybe It's what? Okay.
Inspector Kendrick from the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting a case and address as read. This property was first cited on 6/2/2025 for the following violations. 18-12A. This violation has complied. However, this is a reoccurring case and will be seeking the finding of fact for the overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and swell area. Please see case CE 241-00526. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking the finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. The city is requesting the finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
Yes, sir. What they're doing is this. They're in agreement with you that the property is in compliance, but this is apparently a reoccurring violation. What they want me to do is to make a determination that a violation has in fact occurred. They're not looking to impose a fine, but what they're telling you is if it happens again, you'll be cited as soon as they see it, and there'll be greater fine amounts because it's considered a repeat violation under the statute and under the ordinance. So, are you contesting that the violation existed?
I received the letter after cutting the grass.
But that did the violation exist though before you cut it?
I didn't receive it until after the grass was cut.
Was the grass overgrown? What did it exist before you got the notice?
It was about time to be cut.
Okay.
It hadn't gone over.
Okay, I'm going to find.
I've been cutting it once a month.
I'm going to find that the violation did exist, and that I'll make a finding of fact. So there's no fine because it's in compliance. But if it were to happen again, they'll cite you as soon as they see it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 22, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25070923, case address 1408 Northeast 5th Court, owner Asia Meda Living Trust. This is service by appearance, and it was posted at 1 East Broward on 8/22/25.
Good morning.
Morning,
My name is Ajay Mehta.
I'm sorry?
My name is Ajay Mehta.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Good morning. Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 7/30/2025 for violation 4721.15.d. There is a tree abuse of a gumbo limbo tree at this RC 15 zone property. This case will be brought to Special Magistrate to request the imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable or irreversible violation. The city is right now requesting, the violation is complied, Your Honor, right now, and the city is requesting a fine of a one-time $150. You can look at the photos as evidence that we have here.
Okay. Yes, sir.
The landscaper did something wrong, and we have got the arborist to come and fix the thing, so that's been all fixed, sir. Yeah.
Do you have to remove it?
I'm sorry?
Let me ask, did the arborist determine whether the tree could survive or not?
Yes, sir. I'll let you speak.
Wait, you state your name for the record, please.
Robert Fisk with the City of Fort Lauderdale Landscape Department. The arborist report indicates that the tree is in good condition. The stub cuts have been corrected, and that there is a remedial process that they're going to undergo to remediate the tree.
So basically, you're going to allow it to grow out, doesn't have to be replaced.
It's
You're just
completely
going to
fixable.
make sure that the cuts in the future are done correctly, right?
Exactly. We have a schedule of recommendation. For
All right. I mean, I think the pictures are pretty clear that there was tree abuse, hat racking. As you just heard, the city's of the opinion the tree can survive what happened. They're going to allow it to they're not going to require it to be removed or replaced. And they're going to have a remedial program that makes sure that it's pruned correctly in the future.
Sure.
So they're asking for a fine of $150. I'm going to impose that fine. How much time do you need to pay that, sir?
All right, I'll pay that.
30 days?
Not 30, I don't have it with me.
Well, but I'll give you 30 days.
Sure, thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Aleda Mesa, Pat Gavin, presenting case number CE 2501-0813, case address 1248 Seminole Drive, owner Margaret Hemholt, posted at property 82625, posted at Wendy's Broward 82225.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
State your name for the record.
Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, presenting for Officer Mesa of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. This property was cited on January 27th, 2025, and given time to comply for the following violation. 47-20.13.g.1. There is artificial turf in the right-of-way swale of this RS 4.4 residential property. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
They have to put sod in, basically, I guess you're telling me, right? They have to put sod in?
Some kind of living ground cover, yes.
Okay.
Just on the swale area, not on her property.
Oh, the swale, okay. Yes.
Your
Can you do
Honor,
that?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, 35 days?
Yes, appreciate it.
All right, I'll find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given until October 14th to come into compliance or face. What was the recommended fine amount?
$50 per day.
$50 a day. All right.
Appreciate it.
You don't need a order to reappear. You don't need that. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
She has one more case. Next case, page 8. Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2505-0630, case address 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC, personal service on 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This matter was first inspected by Senior Officer Pat Gavin on May 25th and cited for the following violations. 25-4, there are A-frame signs obstructing the sidewalk at this location. All signs must have a permit and can only be placed on private property, not the right-of-way. This is a recurring case. As such, it will be heard before the special magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not. Violation 47-22-9, signs have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. A permit was issued in 2020 but has not been completed. This is a recurrence of another case, and as such, this case will be heard whether it comes into compliance or not. An inspection report was posted with 24 hours notice to remove the signage. Officer Gavin visited the property again on June 2nd and issued an amended inspection report to the business manager. Officer Gavin showed the manager where the property line ends and reviewed the process of obtaining and completing a permit application. The due date was extended until June 9th. To date, a sidewalk cafe permit, a type of structural permit, has not been issued and is awaiting client reply. The filing date was June 10th. Therefore, the city requests a finding of fact for violation 25-4 and 10 days or $150 per day for violation 47-22-9.
Your Honor, Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. With respect to the A-frame signs, I'm not clear whether that was complied, and I couldn't tell from the inspection history. I know there was a 2022 sandwich board sign permit, and I think, Inspector, what you just read is applicable only to the pending sidewalk cafe application?
Well, because it was a recurring matter, the city's seeking a finding of fact, whether it was in compliance or not.
With respect to the sandwich board signs?
Yes.
Okay, understood. And then with respect to the pending sidewalk cafe permit, my understanding, Your Honor, is there has been issues with plumbing and there's going to need to be some work done on the building. The city evaluates the additional capacity. I don't know that we can accomplish that in 10 days.
Yeah, which one is that? That's the sandwich sign is which sign? Which code violation? 25-4?
It's 47-4 4722-9.
Okay, so I think what you're looking for is a finding of, 25-4 is in compliance, but it's reoccurring. You want a finding of fact on that.
Correct.
The other one, you're asking for 10 days compliance, but counsel suggests that that's not a deadline they can necessarily make. Do you have a suggested amount of time you need?
Would you consider 30 days? I mean, the plumbing, my understanding is
This is a sign that's not up, though, right? The A sign's gone.
This is not a sign, I don't believe, correct? That's why I was confused when you said
Was there
sidewalk
signs?
cafe.
Correct. It was a permit in order to have the sign there. And so, this particular violation is just not having the permit.
For the sign?
Correct.
Okay, so the 2022 permit, so there's no sidewalk cafe issue?
All right, I'm a
Because
little.
I'm
everybody's
confused.
got to stop because I'm a little confused
Me
here.
too,
All right,
I
just a minute. Let me tell you what I think I understand, which could be wrong. 25-4 is the sign that's sitting in the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
That's reoccurring, but it's gone.
Correct.
You wanted a finding of fact for that,
Yes.
right? Okay, so I'm going to do that.
Yes,
The
sir.
other one, this is where there's a permit in to permit a sign, is what I think I'm hearing. And I guess one question: is there a sign now there that's unpermitted?
Yes.
Okay. So they want to give you 10 days to come into compliance. You suggest to me that you need more time than that.
And I was thrown off by the phrase sidewalk cafe, so I will delete my comments.
It's an existing
Can
sign.
I remove that sign easily if this is?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Every
Yes, 10
time I
days, Your
go
Honor,
by
would be-
Cafe Ibiza, there's a lot of signage.
So you're okay
Yeah.
with 10 days? Is
I
that-
am.
Okay, all right. I'm going to make a finding that both the violations exist. There was 25-4 is complied, but I'll find that it did exist. 47-229 is existing, and the respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance or a fine of what? $50 a day?
$150 a day.
$150 a day.
But just to clarify, you were indicating that you would need more time because this permit is awaiting client review, and you're saying due to plumbing, you're not able to make that deadline?
I was referring to a sidewalk cafe permit, not a sign
right.
permit. I misunderstood.
Right. Okay. That's
So
fine.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep, thanks.
Next case, page 4. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 250-40319, case address 1401 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Piera Sainin and Orlando John Baptiste, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Pereira Sanon.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-40319, address 1401 Northwest 7th Terrace. This case was first cited on April 14, 2025 for the following violations. 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation referred to case number CE 230300154 and will be presented to Special Magistrate whether or not it comes in compliance. Violation 9-304, parentheses B, has complied. 47-34.1.8.1, comply. Violation 18-1, comply.
I'm sorry, did you say 4734-1 is complied?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't have that. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Violation 18-1 is complied.
Okay.
Violation 9-306, complied. Violation 9-313, parentheses A, comply. Violation 9-280, parentheses B, comply. Violation 18-12, parentheses A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. This is a reoccurring violation referred to case number CE 230300154 and will be presented to Special Magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not. Violation 9-280, parentheses H, has been withdrawn. Violation 18-4, parentheses C, comply. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 7, 2025, and violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-305(b), or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter, and 10 days for violation 18-12(a), or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
What about 9-306?
9306 is complied.
Complied, okay. All right, so the outstanding is...
9-305B.
Right, just hold on just a second. Right.
Okay.
Which is basically landscaping. And then 1812 is trash and debris, right?
Correct.
So you're looking for 10 days on trash and debris, since basically you can clear it that quickly, and the other one you're looking to give 35 days?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I don't know, that's my first time here. I don't know what is the answer of any question of this. The inspector came and she showed me, she said I'm missing grass in the lawn, and she said that was about it. After that, I comply everything that I supposed to.
Yeah, what she says is outstanding is that the landscaping there, I guess it's these pictures here?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that needs to be filled in, obviously. And then there's some trash and debris. Do you have pictures of that?
Yeah, that they will be picked up soon.
Let me just look at the pictures first.
Yeah, that will be picked up soon because the city is going to pick it up. And the wells, do I have to put grass
Hold on
in
just a
them?
minute. Can I see the pictures on the trash? Do you have that?
It's kind of scattered throughout on the property.
All right. I don't think the city's going to pick it up. You're going to pick it up, right?
If not,
it's
yes,
your property, so you pick up the trash. Okay,
If not,
so
yes.
you need the city's looking to give you 35 days to bring the landscaping into compliance. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to find those two violations do exist. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $150 a day, and 10 days for violation 1812A, which is the trash, or a fine of $150 a day. Do you want an order to reappear or not?
No, we don't have to,
All right.
because
Good
he's
luck.
presenting the grass down as we speak. And also on the reoccurring cases violations that have complied, they are a finding of fact.
Okay. I'll find in each case that they did exist, and there'll be no fine imposed to those, but there'll be a finding of fact.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, Rafael Santos, presenting case number CE 25010648, case address 1000 Southwest 26th Street, owner EcoR LLC. This case was first heard 4/8/25 to comply by 4/23/25 and 5/13/25. One suspension from 7/24/25 to 8/28/25. Two sections not complied at $150 per day, $28,200 accrued, and this is a request for extension.
Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting KCE 25010648 on behalf of Inspector Mohammed Dam for property located at 1000 Southwest 26th Street. This case was last heard on July 24th, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 35-day extension to comply for violations 1812-A and 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, or a fine of $150 per day per violation. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 6, 2025. The violation 1812-A is complied. However, violation 9-280H1 is not complied. The owner is here asking for an extension. Just for the record, there was a fence permit application submitted on September 4th, 2025, and it's out on corrections as of September 8th, 2025.
Good morning.
It's out for corrections. So there was comments made on the application for the fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess what they're telling me is that the first violation is complied. There's existing fines for that. But the fence, that I understand you have an application in, and that there were some comments that they want you to respond to.
What happened is that we got approval of the fence. we build the fence, you can see it, but right the next fence fall. So we have to apply again to build a new fence so we can have the fence in
How much
safe.
time do you need to do that?
So we are in with the building department, so at least I think 2 months between get approval, build, inspection, and get done, if it's possible.
I would defer to Supervisor Brown for the time.
The city is not opposed to that amount of time. You said about 2 months?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the process, and I'll build as soon as I have the permit. I build it, but I think 2 months would be reasonable to have everything approved, inspect, and
71 days. Yeah.
71 days. All right. I'm going to find that 1812 is in compliance. There's outstanding fines that'll have to be dealt with at a different time. 9-280H1 exists. The respondent will be given 71 days to into compliance, which would be November 19th, or face a fine of, what was the fine amount?
150 per day.
150 a day. Are you looking for an order to reappear?
An order to reappear, yes, sir.
And there'll be an order to reappear, which requires you to come back on November 19th unless you're in compliance. Okay. And when I say compliance, make sure that the city's in agreement, that you both are in agreement that it's in compliance, because if the city doesn't agree with you, you're going to have to be here on the 19th.
Okay. So last time we were here, the fine will be put on hold because we were
I'll
actually...
suspend the fines during that period of time.
So it's suspended?
I'll suspend them, but they exist. There's existing fines you're going to have to deal with when it comes into compliance.
Yeah,
okay,
definitely.
thank you, sir. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2505048, case address 1830 Southwest 23rd Terrace, owner Jorge Pinedo, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Okay. Is there a respondent here for 1830 Southwest 23rd Terrace? Apparently not. You want to set it aside? We'll bring it back up.
Our next case, page 57. Are they here? Page 57. Inspector Aleda Mesa, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 25020291, case address 2840 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC. This case was first heard 5/13/25 to comply by 6/10/25. One suspension from 8/12/25 to 9/9/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day. $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. This is Nick Polyushkin, one of the owners of Mill Capital.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read for Officer Mesa. Excuse me. This case was first heard on May 13th. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by June 10th. Fines were suspended from August 12th through September 9th. The violation at this property for outdoor storage was complied on September 4th. The violation for missing ground cover has still not been brought into compliance. This case has been non-compliant for 63 days with a fine of $100 per violation per day for a total of $12,600 currently due.
Is 4734 in compliance? Is that what you just told me?
The outdoor storage, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Is there anything else you want?
The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $12,600 with fines continuing to accrue.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so last week we have cleared up the site. We removed all the debris, all the construction things, all the containers. We covered up the fence with basically like a cover. So I have updated pictures of the site
No,
now.
they're telling me that the outdoor storage stuff is complied. I guess what they're saying is that the landscaping, the site's not landscaped.
Right. He put down gravel. He doesn't have a permit for the gravel.
Let me just ask you: will gravel comply it if he gets a permit?
Once he gets the permit, yeah, he has applied for the permit. The problem is this is actually two parts. We have another case right after this. We have two parcels. They only applied for one, but it has not been issued yet. So they have to do the application for the other side as well and have the permits issued. Once they're issued, we can go ahead and close this.
Yes.
So basically, it looks like you're going to try to comply it with gravel.
Yes.
You need a permit to do that, and the permits haven't been issued yet. How much time do you? We probably should have taken both cases together, maybe. Let's just do this. How much time will you need to bring it into compliance?
We hired this the contractor who does the gravel. He applied only for one site. He forgot to apply for the second one. We will be working to comply with all the requests. Maybe other.
Yeah, but how much time do you think? There's a
30.
fine running now, and I'm looking to extend the time reasonably.
Mm-hmm.
Suspend the fines during that period of time. There is a fine existing, but I'm just trying to get a sense from both sides how much time it's going to take.
Let's say to make sure we have it, like to get the permit, maybe another 20 days, 30 days, something like that.
35 days?
So 35 is fine,
35?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that Section 4734-1A1 is complied. There's existing fines that will be dealt with at a later date. 9-305B is outstanding. The respondent will be given until October 14th to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day. Are you looking for an order to reappear?
Yes, please.
And an order to reappear. So again, if you've heard me talk this morning, that if you bring it into compliance and the city agrees, you won't have to be back. But if you do not, or the parties can't agree, you'd be back here on October 14th.
Okay. Yeah,
or a fine of $100 a day.
We will bring it to compliance.
Okay. I guess you have another case, right?
Yes.
It's an adjoining property. Want to read that into the record?
Next case, page 58. Inspector Elena Mesa, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 250209290, case address 2850 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC. This case was first heard at 5/13/25 to comply by 6/10/25. One suspension from 8/12/25 to 9/9/25. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day. $18,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Are all of these outstanding?
For the page 58? No, it's just the same one, the 9-305B, I think it is.
Okay, the other ones are complied.
The other ones are complied, yes.
So it's the same issue, basically.
They were
what we
complied
just
as
discussed.
Same issue.
So we don't have to go through the whole presentation.
It's adjacent sites.
Yeah,
exactly
so,
the same.
Same finding. I'll find that the other ones are in compliance. There's existing fines for those that you have to be dealt with. But for the outstanding one, which is 9-305B, 35 days, which would be October 14th, or a fine of $100 a day.
Yeah.
And an order to reappear.
Mm-hmm. And until 14th, fines are suspended if we fix
Fines
it.
are suspended, but there's existing fines.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, stay there.
Oh.
Also pages 6 and 7.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Elena Mesa, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 2506-0261, case address 2850 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
State your name for the record, please.
Nick Polishkin, one of the owners of Mill Capital.
Pat Gavin, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting for Officer Mesa for case and address as read. This property was cited on June 10th and given time to comply for the following violations. 47-22.9. Signs have been erected without the required permits from the city of Fort Lauderdale. There's a banner sign on the fence of this RMM 205 property. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes.
We also fixed that issue. We covered it. We covered it with just basically not the banner, but the construction fence.
Yeah, we also have the parking signs.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, and the parking signs, yes. We will be removing this. This is a
So
violation.
I think what he's telling me is that they covered it. Are you in agreement that's compliance?
That one is complied, but there's also no parking signs.
Yeah,
Yes.
I get that.
And he said he'll have those taken down within the 10 days.
We will remove it this week, and this will be complied.
All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given until
10 days.
Until September 19th to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes.
$100 a day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't move.
Last case, page 7, Inspector Aleda Mesa, Pat Gavin, presenting case number CE 250700356, case address 2840 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Mill Capital LLC, posted at property 8/20/25, posted at Winnie's Broward 8/22/25.
These are adjoining properties.
Same thing on the
again?
other side.
Okay. So I guess state your name for the record again.
Nick Polushkin, one of the owners of Mill Capital LLC.
Yeah, okay, and I'll find that the facts exist in this prior case. The violation does exist. The respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you,
Yes,
Good
thank
luck
you.
to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have the respondent here for 1830 Southwest 23rd Terrace? If not, we'll move on to page 47. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24010903, case address 1134 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner Norman F. Barton. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:09:25 and 3:27:25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections complied at $100 per day, $6,200 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, General Master. My name is Linda Matlack.
Okay.
Good morning.
You're here on behalf of the respondent.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 24010903, address 1134 Northeast 5 Terrace. This case was first heard on January 30th, 2025 with 2 extensions. At this present date, all violations have complied and the city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Yes.
Good morning. The owner, Norman Barton, passed away on April the 11th. Actually, prior to that, he suffered a long-term mental illness. His 2 family members, his relatives, his sister and his brother, live in Missouri. When they finally contacted me in June, we filed the summary administration probate, and we worked clearing the property and doing everything Inspector Gail Williams asked of us. I'm really here today to ask for the hopefully being able to pay the administrative costs only. This family has been left the house, but nothing else. There's no money in the accounts or anything to pay anything. Actually, I had to pay for some of the work to be done there. The property's on the market.
City opposed to the reduced administrative costs?
No. The administrative cost is $1,224.
Okay. I'll reduce it to administrative costs.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24030710, case address 2340 Northwest 11th Street, owner Henry L. Coleman. This case was first heard at 6:11:25 to comply by 6:21:25 and 9:10:25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $18,200 accrued. The fines continue to accrue, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Dwayne Coleman.
Okay. Can I ask, before you start, I have, looks like 9-280 is still existing, 9-308B is still existing, 9-306 still existing, and 9-280B is still existing. Is that all? Is that accurate? Okay. Because sometimes this morning, some of them have been complied. Okay, got it.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. At Special Magistrate on 4/8/25 hearing, Special Magistrate Cannon granted a 126-day extension and an order to reappear. As a pre-hearing inspection on 9/8/25, the case is not in compliance. Fines continue to accrue.
Yes, sir. You had a 120-day extension?
Yeah, it's my father's property. He passed away. He passed away on June 12th. So it's like right now I'm just trying to get all his affairs in order.
Well, there's quite a bit here, it looks like. There is an accessory structure, which is the carport. There's trash, Let me ask the city. The compliance for the first violation would be to what? To rebuild the carport? I mean, he's basically... Well, I think he's asking for additional time. I'm sure he is. And so I'm trying to get a sense of what he has to do to get that done. And it looks like he's got to... Yeah, but here, look, I'm not trying to be short. I understand. He's had a long time. There was a 120-day extension, but there's been a death in the family. So I'm trying to balance. It doesn't look like it's going to be very easy to correct, but he's also had a lot of time. So I'm trying to balance those two things. How much time do you think you need?
At this time, maybe, I'm going to say maybe 6 months, because my dad had started working on the carport, and then he took ill and was hospitalized, and then after that, he passed away.
All right, so the awnings, you could clean those fairly quickly, I think.
Your Magistrate?
Yes.
Good morning. Supervisor Chloe with the City of Fort Lauderdale. I wouldn't oppose an extension of, if you want to do 126 days, but however, I definitely want a mandatory reappearance.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to find that the violations still exist. There's existing fines which will have to be dealt with at a later date. I'm going to extend the time for compliance to January 13th, 2026.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Yeah, and if you're not in compliance, you'll have to come back on that date, but hopefully you'll bring it into compliance by then.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 63. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, Matthew Flesher, presenting case number CE 24100694, case address Southwest 19th Street, owner SHM LMC LLC. This case was first heard 7/24/25 to comply by 8/28/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $1,200 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is the request for extension.
Good morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Janik Serolonga.
Are you the owner?
No, I'm the director of facilities at the property.
Okay. Okay.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Officer, presenting on behalf of Inspector Bernstein Sambert for case number CE 24100694 for the property located at Southwest 19th Street. This property was given 35 days to comply for the following violation. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape materials, of leaves, encroachment upon the public right-of-way on Southwest 19th Street. A notice of hearing was posted at the property on August 29, 2025. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 6 to reveal the following violation remains. 9-305A. The representative is here to request why they need an extension, and the city is not opposed to the extension.
The public right-of-way is the road? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And there's leaves on the road? Is that what we're talking
So
about?
it's the overgrowth on the top, the trees.
Overgrowth. Yeah, the overgrowth.
The trees are hanging low.
No, the overgrowth. I got it. Yes, sir.
The problem with the canal is that there is mangroves in it, so we can't just trim it. We need to get permits for it. Now, I've been working with the Assistant City Attorney, Lynn Solomon. We're in the process of completing a drainage easement. Basically, the city is going to take over the canal and its maintenance. Recently, the city realized that we have a mortgage on the property, so we have to basically have the bank acknowledge the drainage easement, and that's what we're doing right now. I tried going to the bank as the city requested, but the branch itself, they don't sign those documents. It has to be their corporate office, so that's why it's taking a little bit longer.
How much time do you need?
I would say another 35 days. Hopefully that's enough.
Yeah, that's, I think, at a minimum.
Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, we would ask the 71 days just to be sure.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Sounds bureaucratic a bit. All right. I'll extend the time for compliance to November 19th.
Perfect.
The fines will be suspended during that period of time. There's existing fines, but that'll be dealt with at a later day. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Our next case, page 15. Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2506-0810, case address 200 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Dale's Wheels and Tires, Inc., posted at property 82625, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing today? I'm
Good.
Corey Ritchie with the City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm with the CRA.
Okay.
This is one of the properties that we've given the owner money to. We're going to do some renovations to this property. There's been the drawings are at DRC to be reviewed, and we're going through the process now.
Okay. I've got complied on my agenda, so. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2506-0810, address 200 West Sunrise Boulevard. This property was first inspected on June 30th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 18-1 complied. However, this is a repeat violation, reference case CE 2202-0196. Fine shall begin to accrue from the day the violation was first observed in the amount of $50 a day. This case will be scheduled for a magistrate hearing whether compliance is met or not for the imposition of fines. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 2nd, 2025, and the violation was complied. At this time, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines from the date the violation was first observed to the date of compliance.
But the problem with this is that they didn't paint this building like maybe 15 times, and two blocks down, graffiti is allowed to be on buildings. So whoever keeps tagging these buildings, they think that that's in the corridor of the city. But we are getting ready to renovate and do some modeling to this building.
How much are the fine amounts?
Right now, it was out of compliance for 65 days, so $3,250, not including the admin costs of 21. June 30th to September 2nd.
So we think that it shouldn't be a fine we are working on this building.
Special Magistrate, Supervisor Lohr, we do recognize that the CRA is working with these individuals. However, until that funding comes through, it is the responsibility of that property owner to make sure that their property is graffiti free. That's an issue with every property owner. If somebody tags your property, we know it's a nuisance to the property owner, but it has to be incumbent upon them to handle that, especially if they know it's an ongoing problem. They should have somebody going by there making sure that graffiti is removed. What's happening is removed after the city lets them know that there's graffiti on the building. So it's kind of that we become the property managers.
But you also got to know that 2 blocks down is required. I mean, they don't do anything to graffiti. So it's the person
I don't
that's...
understand that. What's he referring to, 2 blocks down?
I'm not aware either. I don't think that has any standing here. Whether
But what is it?
I have no idea.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, so... Go ahead.
A couple blocks away, graffiti is
You
legal.
need to get to the microphone, please. Did you state your name for the record?
Dale Saunders.
Okay.
A couple blocks away from where the property is, graffiti is legal, where they're doing
What do
all
you mean
the...
it's legal?
All the buildings are graffiti painted, murals, everything. So 95%...
Murals aren't necessarily...
Yeah, but these same
They may be
graffiti...
talking about something that's permitted through a zoning process or something like that. That sounds like what they're talking about.
Yeah.
That's totally different from tagging on these buildings.
Every time we paint the building, 2 weeks later, they do it again. Every time. We've painted this building probably 15 times.
What is your plans that you're referring to?
So what we're going to do here at this project is we're going to we're going to tear half of the building down, and then it's going to be a showroom of his existing building that's next door because he's got a tire shop, and also we're going to have retail.
If those buildings are there, if you're telling me it's a place in which graffiti appears instantaneously, they'll be graffitied.
Say it again.
Why won't those buildings have graffiti on them if it's what happens in the neighborhood?
Why won't they have?
Why won't they? I don't.
Because
Basically, you're telling me you're going to do some improvements, but when the improvements are done, isn't the issue going to come back? He tells me that 2 weeks after they painted, the graffiti's there. Why wouldn't it be 2 weeks after you do your construction?
Oh, because this building right here, it looks abandoned. So that's why they're doing that. But once we get the renovation started and it gets in the people going in and out, they're not going to do it anymore.
Yeah, it makes a little bit of sense. Yeah.
Just for reference, this building, from just a cursory search, looks like we've been citing this building for graffiti since 2021. So, I mean, it's 4 years.
How many times? Do you know?
Without looking into the cases, I can see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cases so far. So that means 11 times either somebody's complained or we've gone out there and
I
seen
am a bit
graffiti on this
sympathetic that if it appears, I mean, realistically, how does somebody deal with that? I mean, you're asking me to issue. I'm not fighting with you.
Yeah.
I'm the magistrate. And I got to issue an order.
So,
what does the city view that? How does that get dealt with?
So obviously, it's incumbent upon the property owner to manage their properties. There's graffiti-resistant paint that they can invest in. They can have somebody go there weekly and check their property as they should be to make sure that there's no trash. It's a vacant building, so somebody should be looking at the property, making sure the property is upkept. It's 5 years of knowing that your property is being graffiti. So I feel like in that 5-year time frame that there should have been some kind of mechanism in place to say, we'll go out there weekly and look at our property, and there's graffiti, we'll take care of it, or we'll paint it.
All right, let me just, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but I'm just trying to be practical. I mean, realistically, if you were the property owner, what would you do to deal with that issue? Check it every day?
I would take some onus into my property, and I will have somebody go out there at least weekly and make sure that there's no graffiti on there. And from my understanding, there's a building next door to it it's not being tagged. So I think that the property owner, even if I wasn't a city employee, I would make sure that I'm going out there checking my building. I know I'm waiting on funding, and I know for over 10 times I've been put on notice by the city that my building has been tagged. We understand that it's a nuisance, but the nuisance is also felt by the community as well.
Yeah, but you got to go ahead.
And we've also corrected it 10 times. So it's constant. We're constantly
Well, he's telling me there's a
doing
building next door that's not tagged.
Excuse me?
He's telling me there's a building next door that doesn't have
that's
it.
the building.
Up and running.
It's up and running.
This building's been closed down for a couple of years. We've been in CRA probably 3 years. It's also a homeless problem out front too.
I just wanted to mention that it's been 65 days, so it's been a couple months from June to September, and it's been the same graffiti, not new graffiti, so it's taken them a long time to get rid of that one.
But he has painted
This is, you're looking for an order, right? This is not an imposition of fine, or is it? It is an imposition of fine? Okay.
We have no problem, Special Magistrate, if you reduce the fines. However, I mean, 10 times.
No, I get it. No, I get it. I understand what everybody's saying. I mean, I'm a little bit sympathetic, and then I'm not. I mean, 10 times not acceptable. I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that this has been out there for 65 days and hadn't been dealt with. I'm not real sure that maybe let me finish. Maybe your improvements will change the dynamic, and maybe it won't get tagged when it's done. You suggest to me that's the case. I don't know. I'm going to reduce the fines to $1,500.
Okay.
I'm going to impose that fine. Thank you, folks.
That's it?
You have another case?
Which page?
Page 16, 915 Northeast 2nd Ave.
Our next case, page 16, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2502-0372, case address 915 Northwest 2nd Avenue, owner Dale Saunders, posted at property 82525, posted at Winnie's Broward 82225.
Good morning, Inspector.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Dale Saunders.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2502-0372, address 915 Northeast 2nd Avenue. This case was first inspected on February 12, 2025, and the following violations were found. 18-1 complied. However, this is a recurring violation. Reference case CE 2201-0350, and will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The fence is falling over and detached from the railing. 18-12A complied. 47-21.16A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the following: for violation 18-1, a finding of fact, and for 9-280H1, 35 days for compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
What is 18-1? What is it in particular? What's the violation?
They had cinder blocks.
Cinder blocks.
Yeah, they had some cinder blocks
and they
on
got rid
this
of
well.
those.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Cinder blocks was put there because there's no fence, and we have also had a problem with trucks backing up and offloading trash on the property. So we actually put some blocks, hopefully, to stop the trucks from backing up and dumping on the property, which we have removed it since then. But that was the purpose of putting the blocks there, from stopping the trash from being dumped on the property constantly.
What about the chain link fence?
That chain link fence, I am under the impression it was another fence that if they pass by, I even send them pictures of the fence. That one, I didn't even know about that. I don't even think that fence belongs to that property. That fence should be onto the other property that put up the brown fence in front of that fence.
I put a picture of a few years ago when the property had the fence all around it, and it's the same fence,
Could that be the other property fence?
like right there. But there's another photo with.
Who owns the red fence? Yeah, but the testimony is that it was surrounding, it's part of a fence that completely surrounded the property
I
in the
looked at
past.
previous cases, and there was a chain link fence around your property.
That's the only side with the fence.
It's your property, right?
Yes, sir.
You're under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that your fence?
I have no idea.
You don't know if that's your fence?
No, sir.
This property.
The fence.
Special Magistrate,
yeah.
historical photos show that they had a fence going across the front of the property. There's no other chain link fence over there. There's a white fence on the left side. There's the wooden fence on the right side. That's the only chain link fence that's there.
Did you have a fence around the property before?
No.
Where's the photo that the fence is in the front of the property?
There's a chain link fence from the Broward Property Appraiser's office on your property.
You
don't know?
No, sir.
Explain to me how that happens.
What happens?
How do you not know if there's a fence on your property?
There wasn't a fence. If there was a fence, it's years ago. So I would check the date on that, because I know that we put the blocks to stop the backing up of trash.
The trucks, that issue's, we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with the fence.
If I knew that is the fence they were talking.
All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. If you can convince the city that it's not on your property, then they'll comply it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the recommended time for compliance?
35 days.
Okay, 35 days or what?
$100 a day thereafter.
Okay. If you can convince the city of a survey or something that's not your property, they'll comply it. Okay? Thank you, folks. Any more? Yeah, that's it.
For 18-1,
On
finding
18-1, I'll make a finding of fact that it exists. It's in compliance. That's the blocks. There's no fine imposed, but it's just a finding that it did exist at one time. So if it happened again, then you'd be cited for that.
On the blocks.
On the blocks.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Could
you.
I also get a finding of fact for 18-12A?
18 what?
18-12A. It's a recurring.
And for 18-12, which is trash in the bridge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25070086, case address 314 Ala Capri Drive, owner 314 Ala Capri LLC, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Leonard Mello, sir.
Okay. And you are the owner of the property?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is Matthew Flesser for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25070086 for the property located at 314 Isle of Capri. This property was first cited on July 2, 2025 for the following violation: 47-34.1.A.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this RS-8 zone property. There is a boat charter business being run out of this property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 8, 2025, and the following violation remained: 47-34.1.A.1. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 15 days or a fine of $150 per day to run thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're not operating a commercial charter business out of the house. It's my personal boat. We do a bareboat charters, which is...
You do what?
Bareboat charters, so we're not licensed to do any commercial charters. Someone rents the boat. We take the boat off the property, pick them up at a dock. We're actually picking them up at the 15th Street Fisheries. So there's no loading on the property. There's no one paying me on the property. There's no parking on the property. None of that is occurring. It's no different than doing an Uber, where I'm taking my car to go pick up guests. I'm taking the boat to go pick up guests, drive them around the New River, and then take my boat, drop them off at 15th Street, and bring the boat back. But nothing's being done at the property. So I think there's confusion.
The boat's being used for a business, right?
I'm sorry?
The boat's being used for a business?
It's primarily used for personal, but we do use it to rent out as a bareboat charter.
Okay.
So.
Anything else? Anybody wants to? What's the recommended time for compliance?
The city is seeking 15 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day.
All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 a day.
But what is the violation? I mean, it's my personal boat. We're not running a charter business out of the property.
You just told me that the boat's being used to go pick people. It's a business.
Yeah, but when I leave the property.
Okay, I got it. I got your argument, but I'm not necessarily buying it, okay?
But
you got it? Just a minute.
Okay. This is the
You got it. You run it. You're running a business.
I'm not running a business.
There's the ad.
That's not the but the ad is not out of the property. It's like running.
I understand
it's like
what
let
me understand. Let me tell you what I think. Let me tell you what I think you're saying to me. It's my personal boat, even though I use it for business. I go somewhere else and pick up the people. Okay, that's your argument to suggest that there's not a business being run there. It is, okay?
Yeah, but you're not running it at the property.
You're storing the boat. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you.
No,
I'm finding that the violation exists. If you want to appeal it, you can.
No, because it's no different than me having a construction business, having my construction truck at the house and going and doing work off the property.
Well, oftentimes you're not allowed to put the construction truck.
As long as it's not named, it's not. Okay, and then can I ask you, how does House Bill 403 impact this conversation?
I don't know. You'll have to talk to the staff.
Because, there's no activities that are being secondary to the property's use. The business may not generate need for greater parking, which we're not getting any parking, and it's not viewed from the street, impacting the residential property. According to HB 403, I am in compliance with all those provisions, which allow me, if you're considering it a home business, to be in compliance. So,
can I see the bill?
we're not doing anything on site. We're not trying to...
Just stop, please. Let me read it.
I know, it's frustrating.
Stop talking for just a minute, thanks.
I can't talk.
I just want to read the bill that you handed me. You want to take a look at that?
Magistrate?
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown, I would like to add that one of the attachments in the case was when a booking was made, and it was stated that it is provided with a captain, and it was also stated that the pickup point is the home address. And the reason that we were aware of this property and the activities is because the U.S. Coast Guard issued a slew of violations to this boat. And a few of the violations issued by the Coast Guard was failure to have a valid certificate of inspection, failure to have drug and alcohol program, failure to have appropriate credentialed mariner, and then so on and so forth. So I just wanted to share that.
Just everybody stop. Everybody stop.
That's a whole
stop.
other. It's not relevant.
You want me to talk?
Okay, sorry.
The City of Fort Lauderdale allows home-based businesses in some instances, right? Okay, so I'm going to find that the violation exists. What you're saying here is that there's a bill that deals with home-based businesses. If you want to present it to the city as part of your compliance, that you're in compliance based on that bill, you can certainly do that. I think it talks about home-use businesses, whether you can be considered a home-use business and governed by that law. I'll give you an opportunity to talk to the city about that and try to convince them. But based on what I'm hearing today, I think that the violation of the zoning code exists. Whether it's been superseded by this, I'll let you talk to staff about, and I'll give you 25 days. I'll give you 30 days to come into compliance. Okay. Or a fine of
$150 per day.
All right. You want to take this with you, or with? Well, another time. But, all right, you're going to need to present them that. All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 30, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25050044, case address 6980 Northwest 29th Way, owner SFR Acquisitions 3 LLC, posted at property 82725, posted at Winnie's Broward 82225.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Eduardo Blanco.
Are you the owner of the property?
I'm sorry?
Are you the owner of the property?
No. I'm a broker, real estate broker, representing them.
Broker. Okay.
Good morning. Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 5/4/2025 for the following violations. Violation 24-7B, complied. Violation 18-12A has complied. However, this is a recurrent violation. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and swell area. Trash includes beds, trash bags, and a trash can. This is a recurrent violation, CKCE 240-90089. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact. Violation 9-304B has complied, and violation 9-276 (C)(1) has complied. The city is requesting the finding fact for violation 18-12A.
Yes, sir.
So those recurring things may have happened prior to the property becoming vacant. The property is vacant now. It's on the market for sale.
Okay. You're looking for a finding of fact on just 1812A?
Yes, that's
okay, there's no fines?
No fines.
Okay, I'm going to find that violation 1812A did take place and make a finding of fact. There'll be no fines imposed, but if it happens again, they'll cite you when they see it, and there'll be greater fine amounts.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24020274, case address 1219 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner 1237 Church of Light LLC. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:14:25. One section complied at $100 per day, $11,200 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Nancy Hammond. Good morning, Senior
Wait a minute.
Officer.
You're not the owner?
No, I am not.
And what's your relationship to that?
Power of attorney.
Power of attorney. Okay.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 240-20274, address 1219 Northeast 4th Ave. This case was first heard on January 30th, 2025, and all violations have complied. For the record of violation 18-8, parentheses A, has complied, and the city is requesting the fines to be imposed on that violation only.
Which one is it?
18-8, parentheses A.
Okay.
And the fines are $11,200.
Yes, ma'am.
The property has been demoed.
Correct. It has been demoed.
Yes.
But the fines are being imposed on the subject property has been boarded without first obtaining a board up certificate, which complied on June 5th, 2025.
I'm guessing that it was boarded before it was demoed, obviously, and then that's what the fine ran for a number of days.
That's a possibility, but I know that we got the demolition permit. So I'm sorry, I don't know that answer if it was or not, but I just know that everything's in compliance. I know that I have.
Yeah, but here's what they're asking for. Their position is that it was boarded for a period of 112 days. I know it's been demoed, but prior to that, there was a fine of $100 a day, so it's $11,200 in existing fine. They're asking me to impose that, which I'm going to do, but there's an amnesty program that you can apply for to get that reduced.
And I did apply for that already.
Okay, well then the fine's going to be imposed, and have you got an application in now for it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, I'll let them deal with that.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to impose the fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail, you have another case. Next case, page 46. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24110227, case address 1470 North Dixie Highway, owner Wisteria Court Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 5/13/25, one suspension from 6/26/25 to 8/28/25, one section not complied at $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Dale Clapson, property manager.
Here from the city, please.
What did you say? I'm sorry?
I'm just here from the city.
Okay. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 24110227, address 1470 North Dixie Highway. This case was first heard on March 11, 2025, and the violation 9-305(b) has not complied. At this present moment, the city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Yes, sir.
So over the last 2 years, we've done a ton of construction at this building. The last part of that is a drainage project. That entails pulling up all of the driveways, the parking spots, everything, putting containers in for the drainage. That engineering plan is with South Florida Water Management right now. Once they approve it, we'll file for the permits, but that's kind of where we are with it. And I did provide Inspector Williams with the contract and the percolation test that we did.
Okay, I mean, obviously the violations still exist. I know you're telling me there's extenuating circumstances. I'll find that they exist. The violation exists.
This is a massive.
Yeah, I'll impose the fine. Are you looking for an extension of time?
Yeah, if we can get, maybe another 60 days or so.
I don't oppose. 71 days is enough?
Yeah, should be.
Okay, I'm going to extend it for 71 days, which would be November 19th. There's existing fines, which will have to be dealt with if you don't comply within that time frame. If you don't, there may be more, but I'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Our next case, page 42. Inspector Robert Kroc, Ahmad Wallace, presenting case number CE 25070172, case address 1700 Northeast 57th Street, owner Hilda Gonzalez. This case was first cited 7625 to comply by 7625. Two sections complied at $250, $500 total. Appeal deadline was 7/21/25, and no appeal was received. Is the owner here for 1700 Northeast 57th Street?
Okay.
Okay. All right. We'll move to the next one. Ahmad, I'll recall that case. Next case, page 15. Oh, Andrew's not here? Okay. All right, moving on to page 48. Inspector Edward Eason. Case number CE 24120332, case address 300 Southwest 4th Court, owner Mayak of Queens, Inc. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 5/13/25. One suspension from 6/26/25 to 8/28/25. One section complied $100 per day, $1,400 accrued. One section not complied at $100 per day, $5,600 accrued, for a total of $7,000. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
You state your name for the record, please.
Michelle Lau.
What's your relationship to the owner?
I'm the daughter.
Okay.
Good morning, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance presenting case CE 2412-0332 for the property located at 300 Southwest 4th Court. At the June 26, 25 hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 63-day extension. Notice of hearing is posted on 8/21 of 25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/8 of 25, and violation 47-20.20H remained. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue.
Yes, what's with the parking lot?
So we applied for a permit like 4 times already. And so it should get approved. For some reason, they didn't have the records and we had to go back to microfilm. And so now we got everything. We ordered the package.
How much time do you need, do you think?
Excuse me?
How much time do you think you need?
We have the contractors. We paid them for the parking lot. So it's just a matter of the city approving the permit, however long that takes. But we have all the documentation.
35 days? Or is that enough? 71?
71 days.
All right, I'm going to extend the time for compliance in that violation by 71 days. There are outstanding fines. I'm going to find that they exist. This is a Massey hearing, right? So I'm going to impose the fines. There's other fines that will have to be dealt with when it comes into compliance. But there are 2 complied cases. But the outstanding one is the parking lot. It will be extended to November 19th, or a fine of $100 a day. And I'll suspend the fine during that period of time.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you. I thought there were outstanding fines that would continue to accrue.
Yeah, they're going to continue. We're just making an extension.
Are you looking to, well, are you telling me this or staff? Are you looking to have the fines? I already told her this fines suspended. They're going to be suspended for the period of time. Okay, what's next?
Our next case, page 23, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2507-0072, case address 1045 Northeast 17th Avenue, owner Saba Investments LLC, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Orang Lotfi.
Are you the owner?
Yes.
Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on July 3rd, 2025 for the following violations. 9-363, failure to register residential rental dwellings with the City of Fort Lauderdale. The free application has not been submitted and or is incomplete. 18-12, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris surrounding the property and or its swale. 18-4 is complied. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is not being maintained. There's missing gravel and weeds growing through it. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swale. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains, missing or peeling paint. 9-280C, there are walkways at this property that are in disrepair, not being maintained. They're dirty and discolored. 9-280H, there's an accessory structure violation at this property. The fabric door at the awning at the property is torn or in disrepair. A pre-hearing inspection was done on September 8, 2025, and the property still remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with violation -9-363 and violation 9-304B, and or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter. The city is also requesting 35 days to comply with the violation -9305, 9-306, 9-280C, 9-280H, 9-305A, or a fine of $150 per day thereafter. I would like to submit these photos as evidence.
For 9-363, you're looking for how many days?
10 days.
And 1812, 10 days?
10 days.
Yes, sir.
Most of the violation I've been working on, and I've been like pressure washed and I cleaned the awning and stuff. So I'm working on all these items.
The city's looking to give you 35 days to come into compliance. I'm going to give you 35 days on the registration. The trash, you'll be given 10 days. What's the trash consist of, pretty much?
There's bottles of empty plastic bottles and trash and debris surrounding property. After the hearing, I'd like to meet with the property owner, and me and him can discuss the things that need to be done.
The trash, you're going to get 10 days, okay? So you
Okay,
gotta
I
put that-
already removed most of the trash.
Okay, but they're going to have to confirm
Yeah,
that.
we're gonna talk to.
They're going to confirm that. The other one, I'll give you 35 days to register the property as with the other violations. All right, I'm going to find it 93363, 1812A, 9304B, 9305B, 9306, 9-280C, 9-280H, 9305A, all exist. Those will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day. For 1812, it'll be 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day. You should get with the code officer so you have a good idea what needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 24090067, case address 6916 Northwest 29th Avenue, owner John W. Garces. This case was first heard 2/11/25 to comply by 2/21/25, 3/11/25, and 4/8/25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $7,700. 1 section complied at $50 per day for a total of $1,250. $8,950 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is John Garces. I'm the property owner.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard at Special Magistrate on 7/8/2025 and granted 63 days extension for the following violations. Violation 9-304B is not complied. The driveway remains dirty and stained and is not being kept in a well-kept appearance. Violation 9-305B has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/7/2025 and found that violation 9-304B remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full amount of fines, and fines continue to accrue for violation 9-304B.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand that what's not in compliance, because I heard 3 things there. One is the driveway, which I don't see any picture that depict where the driveway, what the issue with the driveway is. And then the last one that was noted as open. I'm not sure what did they talk about.
What I understand from the presentation is 9-304B. The driveway has weeds growing in the pavers. The driveway is not being kept in a well-graded appearance. That's the violation that's still outstanding.
Yeah, but if you look at the pictures, I don't see that that's being depicted there.
There is a picture of the driveway. I talked to Mr. John Garcia yesterday over the phone. He's aware that the driveway still remains dirty.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much more I have to do with the driveway, but everything else is compliant, and I'm not sure where all
What is
these
it that he
fines are
needs
being
to do with the driveway?
He
in
just needs to
particular?
pressure clean the driveway.
I'm sorry, I missed that. He needs to what?
He just needs to pressure clean the driveway. We went over this last time at Magistrate. He's totally aware.
Okay. What he's indicating with that is at the bottom of the driveway, when it rains, dirt goes in there and it's there. When I get the leaf blower out, all that goes away and it's complied. So every time it rains, it's going
Yes,
down.
it's this color. I explained to Mr. Garcia yesterday over the phone that even the walkway leading up to the front door, which is on the previous case and with the pictures depicted in the photos, that his driveway and the walkways needs to be pressure cleaned.
Okay, I'm gonna give, how much time you need to do it?
Well, I'm having serious problems right now because I'm now unemployed. So I have no income coming in. I cannot spend money on stuff like this. I have bills. I have the mortgage. I can't even afford food half the time. So I've been trying my best to comply with everything that's been presented.
Everything else is compliant. This is all you got left.
Right, but for $11,000, I can't afford
I'm
to
not
live in it.
dealing with that today.
Okay.
I have this one outstanding issue. I'm going to give you 35 days to come into compliance, which would be October 14th. Or the existing fine, what's the fine amount, $50 a day?
Yes, he's at $50
Okay.
a day.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 33, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2507-0210, case address 5200 Northeast 29th Avenue. Owner Terry Jacobs, posted at property 82525. She left. Next case, page 19, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2506-0285, case address 301 Southwest 29th Avenue. Owner Francois and Francine Paul, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning, sir. You state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, sir.
What's your name?
I am Francois Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases read. This property was first inspected on 6/11/25 and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 residential single-family low-medium density zone property. There are washers and dryers, wooden boards, tables, and miscellaneous stored items being stored outside. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 9-304 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280 parentheses H1 is complied as of 9/8. 9-304 parentheses B is complied as of 9/8. 9-305A is complied. 18-1 is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the site of violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 9/3/25, the violation of 47-34.1.8.1 and 9-305 parentheses B remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For the violation of 47-34.1.8.1, 35 days or $50 per day thereafter. And for 9-305B, 71 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I want to give me more time to get it. I have about 85% done what she wanted to be done.
I mean, a lot of the violations.
Then the rest I want to give me a little time to have it done.
The two outstanding ones is the storage outside of washers, dryers, and things like that. You got pictures of that?
They're already gone. I'll get them out.
He's made significant
progress
with this property.
What's left for 4734?
There are some large items, and he's the only one doing it to put it out, so he needs to wait until the next bulk pickup to get rid of it, which is why
35 days.
I'm requesting 35 days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the other is missing ground cover?
Yes, which is evident in
So the two outstanding ones is, I guess there's some still storage outside that needs to go out for bulk pickup, and they're going to give you 35 days to do that. Okay, and then the other one is that there's dead and missing sod, and they're going to give you 71 days to take care of that.
Okay.
Okay, or a fine of $50 a day in each instance.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Reappear? No? Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25050086, case address 2010 Southwest 23rd Terrace, owner Todd and Christine Irwin. This case was first heard 7/8/2025 to comply by 7/20/23/25, 8 and 8/12/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. I think we're still morning. State your name for the record, please.
My name's Todd Irwin.
Okay.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25050086 for the property located at 2010 Southwest 23rd Terrace. This case was last heard on July 8, 2025, where they were granted 15 days to comply for violation 47-34.1.A.1 and 35 days to comply for violation 9-305B. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3, 2025, and a waterway inspection was conducted on August 20, 2025, and the following violations remain: 9-305B and 47-34.1.A.1. The city is seeking full imposition of the fines and for the fines to continue to accrue.
Yes, sir. I guess it looks like the two outstanding ones from the city's perspective is that there's some missing ground cover and some outdoor storage.
I'm sorry, say.
The city's position is there's missing ground cover here as shown in the photograph, and there's some outdoor storage that needs to be, otherwise the other violations have been complied.
I mean, right now, they're putting electrical in the ground, and the swales there.
I did see that FPL is doing underground wiring in the area, so if he is requesting an extension, the city is not opposed to it.
How much time are you guys looking for?
Well, I mean, I have to wait for the electrical company to finish what they're doing. It doesn't
days?
make sense to redo.
Why don't we do 71 days on that? The outdoor storage you can take care of. What?
The outside storage has been taken care of.
Well,
we do have a waterway inspection scheduled to confirm that. He did tell me that earlier today, that the outdoor storage
how many
was
days
complied.
are you looking for that?
It's scheduled for tomorrow, so probably 15 days would be okay.
If you're in compliance, he'll confirm it. If not, you guys can talk about it. He'll give you 15 days to come into
Magistrate?
compliance.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm so sorry. For the outdoor storage, can we please do 35 days in the event that there's weather and they can't do the inspection? And can we also get a mandatory reappearance in the event that the electrical work takes longer than it does?
Right. I've talked to one of the guys, and they say maybe 3 months.
Well, here's what we're going to do. There's two outstanding violations.
Okay.
You tell me one's complied. They got to confirm that. They're going to give you 35 days to do that. They're going to go out in a boat, I guess, and take a look at it.
Right.
So 35 days would be October 14th.
Okay.
The other one, the one you're talking about, FP&L, they're going to give you 71 days to come into compliance, but they're going to bring you back if it's not in compliance, and if FP&L isn't done, I guess we could address it at that point.
Okay.
And that date would be November 19th.
Okay.
Or a fine. There's existing fines of $50 a day. Suspend those?
Yes, please.
I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. There's existing fines, but I'll suspend them from accruing during that period of time.
All righty.
Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, Rafael Santos, presenting case number CE 24120155, case address 833 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 through 8, owner Woodlands Rentals LLC. This case was first heard 4/8/25 to comply by 7/8/25, one suspension from 7/8/25 to 9/9/25, two sections not complied at $100 per day, fines start 9/10/2025.
Rafael Sanchez for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 24120155 on behalf of Inspector Mohammed Diem for property located at 833 Southwest 30th Street. This case was last heard on July 8, 2025 by Special Magistrate duty. The magistrate granted 63 days extension to comply for violation 47-20.20 parentheses H, and 47-20.13.f, or a fine of $200 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 26, 2025. The property remains in violation. There is a paving permit, BLD-GEN-25070083, that is on file and it's in review as of July 8th, and it's in progress as of September 8th. The city is requesting fines to start to accrue.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? What would you like to say? Anything?
That I haven't
You might bring
that
that
I
microphone.
haven't had any luck. The person that is helping me right now, he had a heart attack, so he had open heart surgery, and I'm waiting for him to submit everything. Today I got an email with property records to go get the microfilms, so we have to give that. No, below that.
Magistrate, the city is not opposed to an extension. I reviewed the permit and they have been working on it. So based on your issue that you're having and the progress you've made, if the magistrate agrees, 71 days.
On both. On both. There's 2 violations, right?
Yes. Yeah, one has
Yes,
to
yeah,
do
because they would
with
be
the
in
other.
conjunction. Once you repair one, the other
Or
one.
I'm extend the time for compliance for 71 days. The fines will be suspended during that period of time. There's existing fines, but during that time they'll be suspended. Actually, are there no fines? No. Oh,
No, not
okay.
yet.
I misspoke. There are no fines. I'll extend the time to November 19th. There'll be a fine of $50 a day after that date. Notice to order to reappear?
Yes, sir.
There'll be an order to reappear, which means you need to come back. If you're in compliance and the city agrees, you won't come back. If you're not, you'll have to be here on November 19th.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm being told that it's $100. Ma'am, I'm sorry, can you come back for 1 minute? I want to clarify the record. I was under the impression that the fine was $50 a day. It's actually $100 a day, so I just want to note that for the record. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 58. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2504-0781, case address 2855 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Lauderdale Commercial Boulevard Partners, LLC. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 9/9/25. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 9/10/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Magistrate. Sydney Satz, attorney on behalf of the property owner.
Okay. Yes.
This is Kendrick from the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first heard on 8/12/2025, given a 28 days to comply with an order to reappear. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/7/2025 and found that violation 15-28, the business apartment Waterview rental at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. The business remains without a current year business tax receipt. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 15-28 or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter. This is an order to reappear.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick. We were told on August 27th that the business tax receipt was preliminarily approved. At this point, we're proceeding with a non-transient rental license from the state of Florida from DBPR. We are anticipating that that's going to take between 35 and 40 days. That's what was told to us. So we appreciate the city's recommendation and are in agreement with the 71-day extension.
I'll extend the time to November 19th. You wanted a order to reappear?
No, I don't think we need an order to reappear.
Maybe do one just to be safe. I don't anticipate that we'll need one, but in an abundance of caution.
It's okay. It's not often somebody asks to reappear. But, all right, we'll do an order to reappear. Okay, so it will be extended to November 19th with an order to reappear on that date, assuming it's not in compliance.
Thank
and
you
there
very
are
much.
existing fine amounts which have to be dealt with. I think. Am I right on this?
No fines had accrued.
No fines.
No
Sorry.
fines. Thank you, Magistrate. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Next case, page 42. Inspector Ahmad Wallace, case number CE 2507-0135, case address 1730 Northeast 23rd Avenue, owner KR Management LLC. This case was first cited 7/5/25 to comply by 7/5/25. One section complied at $250. Appeal deadline was 7/20/25. City is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Cash Rustan.
Okay. Are you the owner of the property?
Yes.
Is this is case CE 25070-135? And there was no appeal made then, right? Okay, there was no appeal made, so I can't hear the case.
I don't know what that means. So.
What that means is there was a requirement that when you got a citation, if you didn't request in a hearing, that you would be deemed guilty of the violation. Apparently, you did not request an appeal. I'm really kind of surprised. Why does it appear on the agenda then?
Because, yes, Your Honor, Ronald Montoya Hassan at the City Attorney's Office, it appears on the agenda even when there's no appeal received because the magistrate still needs to hear the evidence to impose the fines.
Okay.
Yeah, so we still...
Okay. All right, so the city want to present their case?
Code Officer Mark Wallace presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on 7/5/2025 following a neighbor complaint via C-Click Fix 194-10561 regarding loud noise at a vacation rental, and the following violations were observed. Violation 17-7.10.A.II. There is non-amplified sound coming from the residential property from 25 feet away after 10 p.m. This violation is irreversible in nature. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $250. This concludes my testimony.
I also paid the fee this morning.
The fine?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to notice that the testimony of the city is uncontested, so I'll find that the violation exists. I'll note for the record that the respondent says he's paid the fine, and we're done with this case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You want to check and see whether he's paid?
I don't know. Maybe the pictures.
I don't need to see it.
Our next case, page 20. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2505-0550, case address 680 Southwest 29th Terrace, owner Empowered Holdings Group LLC, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Valeria Yache is my name.
Are you the owner?
Yes.
Okay.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases read in. This property was first inspected on 5/21/25 and the following violations were observed. 9-306 is complied. 9-280 (H)(1). The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wooden slats at this property are deteriorated. 18-12 (A) is complied. 9-305 (B). The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. 9-304 (B). The driveway at this property is faded and has cracks throughout the pavers. 9-280 (B). There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. Several windows are broken, creating potential safety and security hazards. And 9-308 (B) was complied on 9/8. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 9/8, the violation of 9-280 (H)(1), 9-305 (B), 9-304 (B), 9-280 (B) remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For the violation of 9-280 (B), 10 days or $100 per day thereafter. And for all remaining violations, 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Which one is 10 days?
9-280 parentheses B for the windows, the broken windows.
Can they replace the windows in 10 days?
We have the permits approved for the windows and
Just a minute.
doors.
I'm sorry, can they replace the windows in 10 days?
Yes, they did pull permits for.
Oh, they pulled permits already?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have the permits approved for the windows, just we are waiting for the fabricator, it's at least 2 months since we put the order. So we have to wait 2 months to install the windows. And we did the roof. Also, we have an inspection today. The landscaping is done. We clean everything. Just remain the fence. It's expensive to all the around the house. So my concern is there are chain fence behind the good fence. So can I leave the chain fence and put some bushes or at the?
Okay, I wanted to address the window situation. They did place a board over one of the broken windows, but however, they did that without a permit. It would satisfy the violation if they were to pull the permit and cover the other windows, which needs to be replaced.
So what I think you're
prior to
telling
them
me, she told me
fixing
that it's 2 months order for the windows.
Yes.
So what you're telling me is they can comply it by boarding it, but they need a permit to board it.
Yes.
Can they get the permit in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, so that'll deal with the window. Did you hear what she said?
Again?
Okay, here's what she's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
You're telling me it's 2 months to order the parts for the windows.
Yes.
What this code officer is saying is you can comply the case by putting boards on the windows, but you need a permit to do that, okay?
I have the permit for all the windows.
Yeah, but you don't have, but that is, you're not going to get those complied for 2 months at least. She's saying a temporary thing would be to board the windows, which will comply those violations.
Okay, we
But you need a permit to, I'll let you talk to the code officer about that.
I need a permit to cover with a plywood the windows?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Also, if I have the permit approved for the windows?
Yeah, I think that's what she's saying.
Okay.
You have the permit to replace the windows. This, while you're waiting the 2 month period for the windows to be installed.
Yes.
To correct the violation, you would get a board up permit.
Okay.
I mean, let's remember that having a permit doesn't comply anything. The work has to be done. So you're 2 months away from getting the work done. So what she's suggesting is a way to get it done to resolve the violation temporarily through the boarding of the windows. But the other one is there's the fence, right?
Yeah, the fence.
No, I'm just asking the code officer. There's the fence. There's the windows.
There's the fence, there's the windows, there's a driveway.
Driveway is what, needs to be pressure cleaned or what?
No.
Needs to be resurfaced?
Well, the driveway has pavers, but it's all and faded.
Yeah.
So
we will paint everything
Yes.
after the windows were installed, so we need more time.
All right, so how much time?
I'm not opposed.
You're not opposed to that?
I'm
Give me
not
give me
opposed
those
to
time
giving more
frames
time.
again. You
Right
want 10
now-
days on the windows, right?
Yes, I'm 10 days, but I'm not opposed to going higher, to giving her between 15 and 35 is fine.
35 days on the windows.
That'll be fine.
So the windows are going to give you to October 14th.
Okay.
You understand what this discussion is about the temporary solution? You need to talk to how that
Okay,
would be done.
understand.
And then the other ones you're looking for
I was asking for 35, but I'm not opposed to going to 71.
71, that would be November 19th for the remaining violations, or what, $50 a day for each
Or
violation?
$100 per day thereafter.
$100 a day. Okay?
Okay.
And if you have questions, you can talk to the code.
I just bought the house, so I'm trying to do my best. The fine is, you can remove the fines?
I'm sorry?
The fines day per day?
Yeah, but they won't start until the compliance date. And the compliance date on the windows is October 14th, and the remaining violations is November 9th.
Okay.
Okay.
About the
Now, I'll let you talk to the code officer
about the
that.
fence with her?
About those details. You
Okay.
can
Can
work
we
it out.
also order a mandatory reappearance just in
Yeah.
case something prevents
And what date do you want her to
everything
come
from
back on?
happening?
The 19th?
Yes, November the 19th.
So the order will also require you to come back on November 19th, unless you're in compliance.
Okay.
If you're in compliance, you don't, but make sure that the city agrees that you're in compliance. Okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Our next case, page 55, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24090507, case address 3632 Southwest 16th Court, owner Dominique Williams and Danny Phillip Williams. This case was first heard 2/11/25 to comply by 4/8/25. One suspension from 4/8/25 to 7/8/25. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Dominique Williams.
Okay.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 241000489 for the property located at 3716 Southwest 14th. Sorry. Oh, oops. I apologize. I had it in the wrong order. All right. This is Matthew Flesher, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case number CE 240900507 for the property located at 3632 Southwest 16th Court. This case was last heard on July 8, 2025, where a request for extension was denied and fines began to accrue. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3, 2025, and the following violations remain: 9-304B, 9-306, 9-308B, and 9-305B. The city is seeking full imposition of the fines and for the fines to continue to accrue.
Are the vehicles still there?
No, that was one of the first ones that was complied a long time ago. So what remains for the, for
Yeah, but
nine?
I have you said 9304B still exists, right?
Yes, it's not the parking on the grass, it's the driveway maintenance portion of that one that still exists.
Okay. What's on the roof?
There's some sandbags and tarps. It's on the,
Okay.
there's another photo of it.
And when was it last heard? There was no extension granted. What date was that?
July 8th.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have applied for a loan to repair the roof, but I was denied the loan application. So now I'm currently applying for a grant for home improvement, and it's processing right now. I have it online and everything, so I'm just hoping that falls through because I don't have the money to repair.
I'm going to impose the fine. After the, unless the city's got some other position, you looking to impose the fine?
Yes.
Okay, I'll impose the fine, and after it's in compliance, you can apply for amnesty.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 2502-0640, case address 2018 Northeast 31st Avenue, owner 61002N LLC. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 6/20/25 and 7/8/25. 2 sections not complied, $100 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Hello, good morning. Vasilina Lee.
Are you the owner?
No, the power of attorney.
Okay.
So-
Are you here to testify?
I'm a general contractor of this project.
General contractor. Thank you. State your
My
name
name
for
is
the...
Max Paxer.
I'm sorry?
Max Paxer.
Thank you.
So we wanted to let you
Wait,
know.
no, I'm sorry. Let me hear from the city first.
Good morning. Inspector Del Grosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The city is seeking the full imposition of fines.
So we have received the letter. The owner actually lives in Delaware, and for some reason we did not receive the letters to the address in Delaware. Instead, some of the notices were posted on the fence next to the property. So we received the letter day, and I have to email the inspector and ask what is the text of the final order.
How did you provide notice for the first hearing?
This property is owned by 6100 2N LLC, which acquired the property October 10th of 2023. The mailing address is the same as the property address.
Okay.
Okay, so the company is from Delaware.
Why do you do that?
Can you repeat that?
Why do you have a property?
We have just changed the BCP, the mailing address, after we knew
That may be
there
part
is
of the
an issue.
problem. May be
Yeah.
part of the problem.
So,
don't you
Your
think?
Honor, as of today, the mailing address on BCPA is still the property address.
I just emailed them today, so they will reflect the changes
Yeah, but we were
probably
here
tomorrow.
in June.
So we have hired the contractor who had to open the new permits to have the building and to start the construction process, but it turned out that we still had a problem with the previous plan because so the permit was not issued and we had to change all of the plans. So we had two permits at the same time, the demolition permit and the construction permit. So it turned out that the permit was not closed properly and it was not conducted in a good way. So the city told us that we do need to change the plans for the construction project. So what we did.
With all due respect, none of that's relevant. I've been monitoring this property for many months. It's never been cut. The sod has never been put on the vacant lot. And regardless of whatever you're talking about with your permits, that has nothing to do with the overgrowth.
No, I think I've heard enough. You may have construction plans. What they're saying is they've asked you to take care of the property. You may have grandiose. No, stop. I know you're telling me you have construction plans. That kind of, as she suggests, the code officer suggests, that's not relevant. There's code let me finish. I'm about to speak and nobody. So what I'm going to find is that the violations do exist. And I'm going to impose the fine. After you come into compliance, you can deal with bringing the fine in.
I want to ask you what kind of overgrowth is that because the lot is empty. Is it the one which I can see there?
Well, as you can see there, look at the fencing around. There's one section there, as well as the rest of the swale. It's always overgrown, and the neighbors that live around it are upset about it.
Folks, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. The hearing's over. I impose the fine. Thank you very much.
So can you please let you know that, so we did...
You guys can talk outside the hearing.
Yes, but we have two
No, I'm sorry.
issues.
You can talk outside the hearing,
Yes,
okay?
but we have the problem with the
I'm sorry,
trash as well.
ma'am. You
Yes.
understand what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
This portion of this hearing is over. If you want to talk to the code officer, that's fine. As a matter of fact, I encourage it. This hearing's done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 48. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24090460, case address 3619 Davie Boulevard, owner JRD Investment Property LLC. This case was first heard 2/11/25 to comply by 2/22/25, one suspension from 5/29/25 to 6/8/25, one section not complied at $100 per day, $19,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Sophia DePoo.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Nazira DePoo.
Are you the owners of the property?
I'm the daughter, and yes.
Yes, okay.
Hey, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases read. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 2/11/25. At that hearing, Special Magistrate Cannon ordered 10 days to comply, or $100 per day thereafter. At Special Magistrate hearing dated 5/29, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 10-day extension to comply with the violation. On post-magistrate inspections dated 2/10/25 and 5/28/25, the violation of 15-28 remains out of compliance. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 9/8, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines and that the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, so basically there was a suspension of the fines from May 29th to June 8th, right? And there was no, I would assume there was no order to reappear, right? Correct. Okay, so the fine started to accrue.
Yes.
So what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to make a factual finding as to whether whether the violation exists or not, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Richard.
Hello.
As of yesterday, everything is off the windows. The actual sign on top, we paid...
I don't think it's the sign issue. Unless I have the wrong case, this is a failure to have a business tax receipt.
The business is gone from the building. We informed the city multiple times that the business wasn't there.
Okay, I'm not going to rehear the case. I mean, how does someone go about the business of showing that a business doesn't exist?
Well, based on business tax, the business tax inspector informed them that they would need to change the everything, including Sunbiz and all of their other records that was initially at this address, and everything away.
The
So as of today,
Sunbiz has been done for a couple months now.
As of
sorry? The Sunbiz has been done for a couple months now.
Okay.
As of yesterday, the inspector, he didn't tell me whether or not that was done. I can, or I will go back to check, but as of yesterday, everything, the signage and everything was still up, as that is my pre-hearing inspection date.
Okay,
Thank
you. I'm going to impose the fine. You guys can try to get it mitigated after the fact. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Moore, can we speak to you?
Next case, page 4. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25070175. Case address 2151 Northwest 20th Street. Owner, Trust N. Williams, LLC. This is serviced by appearance, and it was posted at 1 East Broward on 8/22/25.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good
State
morning.
your name for the record. I'm sorry.
Kevin Williams.
Are you the owner?
I am the owner.
Thank you.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. The property was inspected on 7/7/25 and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property. There is accumulation under the tree in the front of the vacant lot and a pile of wood on the east side. 9-305B, the landscape at this property does not be maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and the swale. 18-1, there is a violation on the property that's creating a nuisance. There's wooden poles and metal rods sticking out of the ground. An inspection report was posted on 7/7/25. Notice of hearing was posted 8/11/25. As a pre-hearing inspection on 9/8/25, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A and 18-1, or $100 a day per day thereafter. The city is also requesting 35 days for violation 9-305B, or $100 a day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm building a 4-unit townhouse on this property, and I'm waiting one mechanical comment that's supposed to be reviewed so I can have a dumpster out there. Unfortunately, people illegally dump stuff on the property, as you can see, and that'll be addressed as soon as I start construction. I mean, I've already cleaned it up about
Yeah, but I think what they're looking for, I understand what you're telling me. There's going to be construction there, but they're looking for it to be complied before that begins. Matter of fact, they're looking to have the trash gone in 10 days, and I guess there's some things protruding from the ground, poles or metal. Can you do that in 10 days?
I think I can have the permit within 10 days, so yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me, he doesn't need a permit to clean up the trash
well, I
on the
think he's talking
property.
about a dumpster. Do you need a permit for a dumpster? I don't think so, do you? Right now?
Good morning, Supervisor Cloyne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. If he's getting, if he's going to be, building something, he would get a construction dumpster, and that would, go along with that permit.
I think that's probably where he's heading, but I think what the inspector's saying,
she's talking about,
right, he doesn't need
a dumpster.
So it's fine. I'll take care of
Okay.
it within the next
All
few
right.
days. Yeah.
10 days. That would be 10 days for 1812, which is trash, and 10 days for the wooden poles and the metal rod, and 35 days for the missing ground cover and the rest.
No
or a fine of $100 a day.
Okay. So
Thank you.
just the grass and the swell? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Our next case, page 49. Inspector Aleda Mesa, Pat Gavin, presenting case number CE 25030480, case address 2218 Northeast 17th Court. Owner Raymond Costello and Carol Costello. This case was first heard 5/13/25 to comply by 5/28/25. One suspension from 7/24/25 to 8/3/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $4,700 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Raymond Costello.
Okay.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on May 13th, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by May 28th. The violations at this property were brought into compliance on July 24th. This case was non-compliant for 47 days, with a fee of $100 per day for a total of $4,700 currently due. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $4,700.
Yes, sir.
Well, we were working on the property, and the contractors I'd have it cleaned up in the daytime, and then they'd bring stuff out and put it out. And then I come home from work and I see the stuff. I try to move it, but sometimes they put big articles outside for the truck to come pick up the next day. And so it was an ongoing process of getting a fine, then seeing that it's cleaned, and not seeing a fine. And but now everything is pretty much done on the front of the property, so it's painted, and there shouldn't be that problem anymore.
Looking for the full imposition?
The admin costs are $718, but he'd be better off doing a lien reduction.
Okay. I'm going to impose the fine. You might want to do lien reduction.
Lien amnesty.
The amnesty program. You'd probably do better that way.
Okay.
All right?
Right, I'll talk to you in the back.
Thank you.
Next case, page 55. Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24100489, case address 3716 Southwest 14th Street, owner Paul and Veronique Leclerc. This case was first heard 1/14/25 to comply by 5/13/25. One suspension from 5/13/25 to 8/12/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Veronique Leclerc.
Okay. You're the owner, right?
I'm with this handsome guy here. Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24100489 for the property located at 3716 Southwest 14th Street. The case was last heard on May 13, 2025, where they were granted a 91-day extension for violation 9-304B. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3, 2025, and 9-304B remains. The city is seeking full imposition of the fines and for the fines to continue to accrue.
So what's going on?
Okay, so this is what's going on. It's only me. I'm a bartender. I work 2 jobs. I work about 105 hours a week, and I can prove all of that. My husband...
Hearing 90 days ago.
Yes,
and
sir.
I heard your presentation. So
Yes,
I
sir.
understand what you're saying.
So
but what I don't understand is at that time I think you were given 3 months extension.
Yes, sir. And I
don't
applied
think
for
we're
a
anywhere.
loan.
Let me just finish. I
Yes,
don't
sir.
think we're any farther down the road, are we?
Well, yes, sir. We are. We got everything done, and well, except for the painting. And I finally got somebody for one of the.
I think it's the driveway that's the problem, right?
Yes.
Is it the driveway?
It's the so the violation is
The driveway?
maintenance and parking on the lawn.
Okay, so the driveway. But what the issue with the driveway is, I applied for a loan, and I can't get one. So I'm now trying to do a reverse mortgage on the house. I'm too young to be on it, but my husband can be on it. So I'm trying to get money so I can get the driveway done. That's.
What is compliance? Do they have to repave? They pave a driveway? What do they have to do?
So right now, the cars that are parked there, sometimes it's more than one, but they park all on the grass at the front.
Those cars got to go, right? You got a place for the cars or not?
Well, we only have 2 cars on the driveway now. We have that black truck and then his van, which it's a gravel driveway, and that's the grass that's grown up under it. And I got weed killer, and I had one of the people.
So what do they have to do? They have to pave it?
So
Can they have a gravel driveway?
They can have a gravel driveway, but they need to make it so that there's nothing growing through it, and then make it like replenish the gravel in the areas where.
If I had the money, I'd do it. honest to God, I'm doing the best I can. Now, right now, I'm waiting
How
on
much
this.
time do you need? I can't dissolve it. I can't
No,
dismiss
no,
the
no,
case.
no.
So how much time do you need?
I understand. I'm hoping with this reverse mortgage thing, I'll hear something probably within the next 30
I think what
days.
they're talking about is killing the weeds and putting more gravel down.
Well, yes, but then again, that's also, I need money to do that.
Magistrate?
Yeah.
Over here, Supervisor Brown. Because of her financial issues and you have been exploring different avenues of getting the funds, we could do, if you agree, a final extension of 126 days just because of, the issue with the funds.
All right, I'll extend it to January 13th, 2026.
Yes, sir, and thank you so much.
Good luck to you.
Thank you so very much.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23040355, case address 1226 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner 2010 Property LLC. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 25 to comply by 9/26. Is this 24? First heard 6/27/24 to comply by 9/26/24. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $6,600 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Hello. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Randall Klett.
Okay. Are you the owner?
I guess so.
Well, what does that mean?
It's owned by owned by an LLC. I'm a member of the LLC.
Okay. Thank you.
Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines pertaining to the property. The violation of that property for 4721 violation 9-306 is complied.
4721 is complied. 9306 is complied?
9-306 is complied, but there
well.
are fines that we're asking for full imposition
Yes, sir.
of fines.
I think you probably would do better through the amnesty program. So they're telling me it's in compliance, but there's outstanding fines of $6,600. Am I right about that?
Yes, and I believe Mr. Klutt's already going through our program with the lien amnesty, so this is just to get the imposition of fines, but
Okay.
he's already started the
All right,
process.
I'm going to impose the fine.
Can I speak first?
Sure.
I don't understand. This is a very confusing and frustrating case for me. It goes back a long time.
I don't want to go. Stop. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to go into the case. Just let me finish.
Okay.
The case has been heard. There was no appeal. It's done. What they're asking me to do is to impose the fine, which is a technical thing, frankly. I'm not going to revisit the facts of the case. I'm just going to impose the fine. I think the code officer is telling me you're in the amnesty program. They need me to do what I'm doing today to get you into the amnesty program, so I'm going to do that. When you want to talk about getting the fine reduced, you can make the points that you're trying to make to me. Okay? So I'll let you do that then rather than now.
But can I ask a question?
Sure.
I can't find anywhere where it says I got no communication or anything saying that I was being fined. I've been to every
Okay,
hearing.
I'm not going to revisit the case. I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 24. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2507-0140, case address 742 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner Maury Wright, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning. I guess it's morning. Hello. You state your name for the record, please.
Maury Wright. I'm the owner of 742 Northeast 17th Terrace.
Thank you.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case that has just been read. The property was first inspected on 7/5/2025. Following violations are 18-12A. There's overgrowth and trash and debris and lawn debris on this property and or its swale. Violation 9-304B. The paver driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface is dirty and stained. Violation 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. Violation 9-305A. There is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. Violation 9-280C, the paver walkways, sidewalks at this property is dirty and stained. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted September 8, 2025. The property still remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with violation 18-12, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. And the city is requesting 35 days for the remaining violations, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
What's the debris that would be picked up?
There's lawn debris all over the property. There's leaves, and he did clean it up a little bit more. I was at the property yesterday. We talked to him. He's in agreement with all the violations that we talked about. He knows what he needs to do. He's just requesting more time to get those things taken care of.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm open to more time.
I just want time.
The overgrown and debris and stuff to pick it up, you can do 15 days? You do it in 15 days?
If you give me 30 days, I'll complete everything.
Okay, I'll do 35 and everything.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to find that the violation exists. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance, which is October 14th, or face a fine $50 a day per violation.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25020634, case address 2201 Northwest 6th Place, owner Prekish Babul, posted at property 82125, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Prakash Babulal.
Okay.
Case and address as read. The property was first inspected on 2/22/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. Violation 47-21.9.m. Sections of the vacant lot have no lawn cover as required. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/3/2025, and the listed violation remains non-complied. And the city is requesting compliance within 15 days or a fine of $100 a day. Therefore, the following violation, 18-12A. And the city is requesting compliance within 71 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for the following violation, 47-21.9.m. I'd like to submit my case and file and photos for the court.
What's the debris? Let's see. Can you see it? Just the pieces of paper and stuff like that?
Yeah, cups, bottles, pieces of paper.
Yes, sir.
Yes, well, this property is opposite Big Boy's Barbecue. So every day it's people buying stuff, and I try cleaning up as much as I can. I have construction document here where I have my architect. I started working in it.
Okay, if you've sat through this hearing, people have made the argument to me that they're going to do construction. So, and what I pointed out to them in those cases was, that's great, but that's probably somewhat down the road. So what they're looking for is 10 days to pick up the trash and debris, which I think seems like a reasonable thing to do. 71 days to get the ground cover that you need.
Even if I'm breaking ground soon, I just have to put the ground cover still.
When are you breaking ground?
Well,
do you have a permit in?
No.
You have these plans, right?
I have the plans. Do you see this?
Yeah, no. That could take a year or two.
No, I've been working on it for like a year now.
I know, but I'm saying 71. They want it.
I mean, I could pick up the garbage, but the ground cover.
No, I'm going to do the ground cover.
The ground cover?
Yeah. We're going to do the ground cover.
All right.
Okay, that would be 10 days to pick up the trash and debris. How much was the $50 a day or $100? What was it? $100 a day for the trash and debris. 71 days, which would be November 19th, to get the ground cover, $100 a day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 52. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick. Case number CE 24090333. Case address 5150 Bayview Drive. owner Robert M. Primo. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 3/21/25, 4/8/25, and 5/13/25. 1 suspension from 6/10/25 to 8/12/25. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $1,900 accrued. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $650 accrued, for a total of $5,350. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Yes, sir. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Primo, and I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
Hi, this is Kendrick from the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first heard on 6/10/2025 at the Special Magistrate. Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 63 days extension for the following violations. Violation 18-12A has complied. Violation 9-304B has complied. Violation 9-306 is not complied. The exterior building walls has not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascias and the soffits, are in disrepair. There's area of the exterior wall that has missing and peeling paint. Violation 8-91E has complied. Violation 8-91C has complied. Violation 9-305B has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/7/2025, and the property remains in violation. Contact was made with the property owner in several attempts to conduct their inspection. However, the property owner wasn't available to conduct those inspections. The city is requesting the full amount in fines, and fines continuing to accrue. The property owner is here to speak on his behalf.
Yes, sir.
I have complied with everything that we were here at a hearing in June, and every single item was complied with. The only thing that Mr. Kendrick had not complied with was the peeling paint on the back of the property. That was power washed and has been painted since then.
When did you do that?
Oh, way back in probably June.
You've been out there since June, right?
Yeah, so I had contact with Mr. Primo. I explained to him several times to let's conduct the inspection. I contacted him on posting inspection, pre-hearing inspections. Mr. Primo stated that he's not able to conduct those inspections.
Well,
so how is he supposed to comply if he can't inspect it?
No, they came out with a boat with a marine inspection, or I'm not sure, and.
Will you allow him onto the property to do the inspection?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't
Will
hear.
you allow him on the property to do
Yes, I will allow him.
When do you want to do that?
Special Magistrate, I'm just sorry to interject. It's to allow him to the rear of the property to conduct an inspection. I just want to make sure that it's clear.
I'll allow him to do that, but I have to go out of town.
Look, I'm looking to extend the time. I want you to work with him. I don't want to play these things where you can't get on the property and can't do the inspection.
Spend thousands and thousands of dollars.
I got it. So,
Special Magistrate.
How much? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you able to allow the inspector to come to the back of your property today?
No, I can't do this today, sir.
Can you do it tomorrow?
Can we do this in 10 days? Or a week?
Special Magistrate, I will ask that we go ahead and impose the fines. The problem is every time we come to these hearings, this is kind of the where we get stuck at. We get stuck at I can't do it. I can never meet him. So I will ask to impose the fines.
I'm going to impose the fine. There can be amnesty after the fact, and you can make those arguments. All right, thank you, folks.
Special Magistrate, and the fines to continue to accrue for violation 9-306 because it's not complied. We haven't verified compliance.
What is that?
That's the exterior building walls in the back of the property.
I'm sorry, sir, I can't.
The exterior building walls in back of the property.
That's being complied.
But we haven't verified.
Sir, they've said 18 times over, both him and the inspector and the magistrate have said you have to allow them to come in and re-inspect. So
you know why I'm sorry. Yeah. You know why it's running? Because he can't get at it to see it. If you let him get at it to see it, he'll comply. If he can't see it, it's going to run. So it's going to run. So it would be in your best interest, I think. I can't tell you what to do, but to arrange to let him come on the property and take a look at it. Okay?
I will make the arrangements.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 8. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25050497, case address 2601 Northwest 16th Court, owner Exquisite Homes and Investments, Inc., posted at property 82125, posted at Winnie's Broward 82225.
Good morning. Well, actually, I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes,
How are we
morning.
doing?
Good
What
morning.
time?
How you doing? My name's Denzel.
We still got 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning.
We got your name. Thank you. Are you the owner?
Yeah, I'm the owner.
Okay, great. And thank you for being patient, for being the last person. Yeah. 497 is the last three.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The property was first inspected on May 21st, 25, and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he came on the 3rd, I think. But we did we have a landscaper that came on the 4th. I have pictures, but I think it looks
Well, he
kind
can
of
come
decent.
out. He's talking about giving you 35 more days.
But I want to know exactly what he needs
Well,
it
you
to
can
look
talk
like.
to him about that.
The ground cover. See, the areas of dirt have to have living ground cover.
Okay, the whole area looked like that. So I
Everything,
thought it was
yeah.
normal.
No.
All right. So look, let me. I'm gonna show you the picture right now. How it looks now. Can I show you?
Look, you can deal with the code officer. I think what he's telling you that whole area has to be taken
So basically,
care of.
new sod on it.
Well, again, I don't want to be the one
Okay,
to tell
I've
you
been
how to
using-
do it.
I'll talk to you in the back.
Okay.
But can you do it? Can you do it in 35 days?
Yeah. So I have a question. If it's new sod, I need a little bit more time. But I've been trying to use seeds, like patching seeds and stuff like that. But it says it takes up to 6 weeks because that's the cheapest route. But if you want me to do new sod, the whole completely, then I need a little bit more time.
Your Honor?
A little more time.
Magistrate?
Yes.
Sorry.
There you
Hi,
are.
good morning. Supervisor Kaloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale. He does not need to replace everything. He just needs to replace where there are dead and missing areas. You do not have to redo everything.
You don't have to resod.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So 35 days should work, right?
Yeah, it should work if it's not the whole thing. But I'm going to show him the pictures right quick.
I'll let
after,
you guys work that
and you
out.
let me know if
Okay,
it's
35 days would take us to October 14th, so I'm going to...
good. So after 35 days, what do I do? I call in?
Oh,
and-
just a minute.
Okay.
Just a minute. I'm going to extend the time to October 14th, or a fine of, that's 35 days, or a fine of $100 a day.
$100 per day. Yeah.
All right, then you guys can talk outside the hearing.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so
We'll take a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess. How many cases do you think we have left? sorry to hear that. You know what? I'm sorry. I wouldn't have asked this.
Page 3, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 25040549, case address 920 Southwest 2nd Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Judith Henrici and David Johnson, posted at property 81925, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good afternoon. Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25040549 for the property located at 920 Southwest 2nd Street. An inspection of the property was conducted on 4/21 and 25, and the following violation was observed. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at the property. Multiple trailers, vessels, and motorhomes were observed being stored on the zoned RMM 25 residential property. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on 8/19 of 25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/8 of 25, and a violation remained. The city is requesting 71 days or $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Have you heard from them?
Yes, sir.
What do they say?
They are in the process of building a driveway. They have the permit on file, and they should be done by then.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. Posting of the property. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given until November 19th to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25050196, case address 1416 Southwest 6th Avenue, numbers 1 through 2. Owner Ross Hughes, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. I inspected this property on May 7th, 2025, and cited for the following violations. 9-304(b) is complied. Code section 47-19.1.d. There is a car canopy frame erected in this RD15 residential single-family and duplex medium density occupied property. Car canopy is not listed as an accessory structure in this residential area in section 47-15.11 of the city ordinance. Code Section 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this property, outdoor storage consisting of but not limited to tires, plastic containers, plastic toolbox, plastic cones, and other miscellaneous items. Code Section 9-363 is complied. Code Section 9305B is complied as well. Inspection report was posted on the property on May 7, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail. Re-inspected June 5th, 2025, and July 16th, 2025. Posted the property August 20th, 25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3rd, 2025, and found some of the violations are not complied. For Code Section 47-19.1.d, we're asking for 35 days or $50 thereafter. For Code Section 47-34.1.a.1, 15 days or $50 thereafter. And that concludes my testimony.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice of sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for 47-19.1d or face a fine of $50 a day. The respondent will be given 15 days for 47-34.1a.1 or face a fine of $50 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 7. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25040290, case address 1621 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner 1621 Holdings LLC, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on April 13th and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-305B is complied, 9-313A is complied, 9-306 is complied, 9-280H1 is complied. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. The property was posted for notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'll find the violation 9-363 exists. The respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 a day.
Thank you.
Next case, page 8. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Edward Eason, presenting case number CE 250700100, case address 408 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner Rain Tree 18 LLC, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82725.
Good afternoon. Edward Eason, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25070100 for the property located at 408 Southwest 4th Avenue. An inspection of the property was conducted on 7/3/25 and the following violation was observed. 47-34.1.a.1. There is illegal land use occurring at the zoned RAC SMU property. There is a vessel that is docked, moored on this vacant lot property waterway area. A notice of the hearing was posted to the property on 8/27/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/4/25, and a violation remained. The city is requesting 15 days or $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Have you heard from him?
No.
Okay, I'll find. There's notice. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 a day.
We're requesting $100 per day.
Okay, $100 a day.
Next case, page 9. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Edward Eason, presenting case number CE 25040461, case address 1729 Southeast 11th Street, owner Clara Dixon, posted at property 81925, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good afternoon. Edward Eason, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25040461 for the property located at 1729 Southeast 11th Street. An inspection of the property is conducted on 4/16/25, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, and other elements which is not permanent on the roof. The barrel clay roof on the property is dirty and stained. Violation 9-278E, there are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows on the occupied residential property. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained. There is an exterior door that may be missing or in disrepair located on the west side of the property. 9-305A is complied. A notice of the hearing was posted to the property on 8/19/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/8/25, and the violations remained. The city is requesting 71 days or $50 per day for violations 9-306, 9-308B, and 9-280B. Also, 15 days or $50 per day thereafter for violation 9-278E and until compliance is met.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice the sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 71 days for violation 306, 9-306, 9-308B, 9-280B, and 15 days for 9-278E, or face a fine of $50 a day. $50 a day for all of them, each of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, $50 a day for each violation per day.
Next case, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Edward Easton, presenting case number CE 2507-0098, case address 408 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner Raintree 18 LLC, posted at property 8/19/25, posted at 1 East Broward 8/22/25.
Is this a different case than the one on the prior page?
Same address, but a different parcel.
Same boat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2507-0098 for the property located at 408 Southwest 4th Avenue. An inspection of the property was conducted on 7/3/25, and the following violation was observed. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at the zoned RAC SMU property. There is a vessel that is docked, moored on this vacant lot property waterway area. A notice of the hearing was posted to the property on 8/27/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/4/25, and the violation remained. The city is requesting 15 days or $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
I don't find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Edward Easton, presenting case number CE 2507-0838, case address 713 Southeast 7th Street, owner Perry Fam Trust, posted at property 8/19/25, posted at 1 East Broward 8/22/25.
Good afternoon, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2507-0838 for the property located at 713 Southeast 7th Street. An inspection of the property was conducted on 7/16/25, and the following violation was observed. 47-21.15.D. There was a live oak tree that was abused by removing, cutting the limbs, and leaving the tree in peril without first obtaining the required permit from the landscaping department. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on 8/19/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/4/25, and the violation remained. The city is requesting an immediate fine of $100 for the tree abuse and 71 days or $150 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So they have to get a tree removal permit and then replace the tree, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested the violation exists. I'll impose a fine of $100 a day for the tree abuse, and the respondent will be given 71 days to remedy the violation or face a fine of $150 a day.
Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Edward Eason, presenting case number CE 2507-0523, case address 642 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner Water Tower Apartments, LLC, posted at property 81925, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good afternoon. Edward Eason, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2507-0523 for the property located at 642 Northwest 3rd Avenue. An inspection of the property was conducted on 7/16/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to the front area of the property. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 47.20.20.H, the parking facility is not being maintained at the property. The parking lot on the north side requires to be resurfaced. Violation 15-28 is withdrawn. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at the property. There is storage of commercial equipment, including but not limited to a generator on the property. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. A notice of hearing was posted to the property on 8/19/25. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/4/25, and the property remained in violation. The city's requesting 35 days or $100 per day for violations 9-305B, 47-20.20.H, 47-34.1.A.1, and 15 days or $100 per day for violation 9-304B until compliance is met.
The other ones are how many? How much a day?
All is $100 per day.
$100 a day. All right, I'm going to find that there is notice. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days for 9-305B, 47-20.20H, 47-34.1A1, and 15 days for 9-304B, or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2505-0461, case address 4521 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Coral Ridge Landings Condo Association, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good afternoon, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addresser is read. This matter was first inspected on May 28th and cited for the following violations. 9-280H1, the pink wooden fence, as well as white metal fencing on site are in disrepair and not being maintained as required. Violation 47-2020H, there are parking facilities that are not being maintained at this property. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained. An inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner of record. To date, no one has contacted me from the Homeowners Association or made any repairs. Therefore, the city requests 35 days or $100 a day per day thereafter for each violation.
Okay. I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2505-0521, case address 2008 Intracoastal Drive, owner Samuel S. Caliendo, LLC, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Del Grasso for the city, the case and addresser is read. This matter was first inspected by Senior Officer Pat Gavin on May 25th and cited for the following violation. 47-2115A, trees were removed from this RS 4.4 property without first obtaining a permit. An inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner of record. The owner, Sam Caliendo, contacted me on August 13th to acknowledge receipt of the report. However, to date, no after-the-fact permit is on file. Therefore, the city requests $600, that's $150 for each of the 4 trees removed, as well as 35 days or $150 per day thereafter.
It's the mitigated, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean to do the removal. I mean to get the tree removal permit and then mitigate whatever for the trees that have been removed. That's the 35 days that you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. There'll be a fine of $600 imposed for the 4 trees removed. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2505600, case address 4711 Northeast 28th Avenue, owner Renovatech LLC, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address is read. This matter was first inspected on May 24th and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property and its swale. 18-11B, there is a stagnant swimming pool at this RS8 zoned unoccupied home. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained. An inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner of record, as well as a nuisance notice was posted on the front door concerning the pool. On July 16th, I met with a man named Arusha who exited the house and said he was the co-owner. He said the home will be demolished soon. To date, no demolition permit is on file. The pool remains uncovered, allowing rainwater to accumulate, as well as the gate door is not repaired. Overgrowth abounds in different areas. Therefore, the city requests 10 days or $100 per day for 1812A, 10 days or $500 per day for 1811B, 35 days or $100 per day for 9-280H1.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. For violation 1812A, there'll be 10 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day. For 1811B, 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $500 per day. For 9-280H1, 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 250500540, case address 1535 South Perimeter Road, owner, City of Fort Lauderdale, in care of Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the
I'm
city.
sorry, I just need some clarification. The owner of the property is the City of Fort Lauderdale? Yes, sir. How does that work?
Yes, sir. The owner is the City of Fort Lauderdale. The city does have leases with its tenants that can have, separate and apart civil remedies, but we are still legally responsible for the property, and the city and the county, actually, parenthetically, are not exempt from coming before the magistrate.
So you cited yourself.
And they're aware. The director of the airport is aware of this.
No, I know. You're looking for the tenant to take care of it, basically.
Yes.
Right?
Basically,
yes.
yes.
This may be a first. Okay.
We've
I mean, that's
done
fine.
it over the years.
No, I know. I
yeah.
haven't seen it. So I kind of thought that's where you were going, but I just had to ask.
The only distinction, Your Honor, is in the order we don't ask for a lien on the property because we can't lien city property.
Right.
So
Okay.
if there are fines accrued, we generally ask at the end if the city representative wants to pay the fines, and if not, we usually recommend dismissal.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. Did I interrupt you? I think I did.
It's okay.
Okay. Yes.
Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 5/21/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 47-20.20.H. The parking facilities at this GAA General Aviation Airport District Zone property has not been maintained. The parking facilities are faded, discolored, broken wheel stop, missing wheel stripes. The violation include all businesses from Shelter 31, Shelter 32, Shelter 33, Shelter 34, Shelter 35, Shelter 36, Shelter 37, and Shelter 38. For violation 9-305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of missing ground covers. This violation includes the following: Shelter 31, Shelter 32, Shelter 34, Shelter 35, Shelter 36, Shelter 37, and Shelter 38. Violation 47-19.4.D.8 has complied. Violation 47-19.4.D.1. There is a 4-yard Republic Service dumpster at Shelter 36 on this GAA zone property, not inside of an enclosure. Violation 47-34.1.8.1 has complied. Violation 18-4C has complied. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls has not been maintained. Structural part, including facial soffits, are in disrepair. There's area of the exterior building walls that has missing and peeling paint. The following units of Shelter 31 and Shelter 35. Violation 9-280C has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/7/2025 and found the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 47-20.20.H, 71 days for violation 9-305B, 71 days for violation 47-19.4.D.1, and 71 days for violation 9-306, or a daily fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 71 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 25030691, case address 2240 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Consolidated Sunrise LLC, in care of CVS Health, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Del Grasso for the city. The address and case are as read. This matter was first inspected on March 30th and cited for the following violation. 8-91C, there was a mooring structure in disrepair at the rear of this property. In this condition, it is found to be unsafe and in unsatisfactory condition. An inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner of record, allowing 60 days to obtain a permit to begin working on repair or removal. To date, no permit is on file and the mooring structure remains in disrepair. Therefore, the city requests 35 days or $150 per day thereafter.
Is that by Galleria?
Yes, it's behind the CVS.
Have you heard from them? CVS?
Yes, I heard, and I was asked if there could be removal of the damaged area, and after sending that to engineering, apparently that could be permissible since that dock isn't used by the business, but to date there's no permit.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given until October 14th to come into compliance or face a fine of $150 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24080510, case address 801 North Federal Highway, owner ACS Flagler LLC, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24080510, address 801 North Federal Highway. This case was first inspected on August 19th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. However, this is a recurring violation. Reference case CE 2401-1026 and will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking facility has cracks and uneven surfaces. 18-12A complied. 9-306 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3rd, 2025, and the violation for 47-2020H remained out of compliance. At this time, the city is requesting the following. For 18-1, a finding of fact, and for 47-2020H, 35 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. I'll find that 18-1 did in fact exist. It's now in compliance. 47-20.20H, the respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Page 15, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090617, case address 413 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner Roller Place LLC, posted at property 82625, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 24090617, address 413 Northeast 5th Terrace. This case was first inspected on September 23rd, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swell. 9-304B, complied. 25-56B withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the following. 9-305B, 35 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Okay. Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24100652, case address 24 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner BLF 2022 LLC and all others, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 24100652, address 24 Northwest 6th Avenue. This case was first inspected on October 29th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. 9-304B complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the following for 9-305B, 71 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 71 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2503-0405, case address 416 Northeast 1st Avenue, owner 416 Northeast 1st Assemblage LLC, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 2503-0405, address 416 Northeast 1st Avenue. This property was first inspected on March 15th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-363, failure to register for the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 18-12A complied. However, this is a recurring violation. Reference case CE 2306-0173. This case will be presented to the magistrate whether compliance is met or not, seeking a finding of fact. 9-304B, the asphalt driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and or damaged areas and is stained with dirt, gas/oil. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and its soil is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing/peeling paint. 9-280C, there are walkways at this property that are in disrepair and not being maintained. The walkway is discolored, dirty, and damaged with cracks. 9-280H1, the wood fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are sections where the slats are not secured and the fence is discolored and dirty and missing slats. 9-308B, the roof is stained and dirty. 18-1, there are items being stored outside of the property, such as but not limited to an indoor furniture and other miscellaneous items. This is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. 47-34.1.A.1 withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3rd, 2025, and the property remains in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the following. For 9-363, 10 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. 18-12A, a finding of fact. 9-304B, 35 days for compliance or $100 a day thereafter. 9-305B, 35 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. 9-306, 35 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. 9-280H1, 35 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. 9-308, 35 days for compliance or $100 a day thereafter. And for 18-1, 35 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. For violation 1812A, I'll find that it's in compliance, but I'll make a finding of fact that it existed. For violation 9-363, the respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day. For the remaining violations, the respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2502-0375, case address 602 Northeast 2nd Avenue, owner Brook Flower LLC, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2502-0375, address 602 Northeast 2nd Ave. This case was first inspected on February 14th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 1812A, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3rd, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the following. For 9-305B, 35 days for compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation still exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day. That's for 9-305B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, page 18, case number CE 25060251, case address 330 Carolina Avenue, owner David Padilla, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read in. This property was first inspected on 6/10/25 and the following violations were observed. 18-12(a), there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. This is a repeat violation per case CE 22110275, and fines will begin to accrue beginning the first day the violation was discovered until compliance is met. 18-4 parentheses C, there is a derelict vehicle or trailer on the swell or on the property. A beige cargo van with an expired license plate, Florida PCG P3Z, expiration 422, is being stored on the north side of the property. This is a repeat violation per case number CE 22110275, and fines will accrue beginning the first day the violation was discovered until the day compliance is met. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and or well-kept appearance. There are overgrown bushes and trees along the front and side of the home. There has been no contact made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As per pre-hearing inspection dated 9/8, the violations remain. The city is requesting the following. 18-12 parentheses A, $100 per day, and that fines continue to accrue until compliance is met.
When did it start?
It started on 6/10/25. For 18-4 parentheses C, $100 per day until compliance is met, and that also began on 6/10/25. And for the violation of 9-305 parentheses B, 10 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony, of the city's uncontested that the violations exist. For violation 1812, I'll find it's a repeat violation. The fine will start June 10th, $100 a day. 18-4C, repeat violation. It will the fine will start to run June 10th. 9-305B, the respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance for face fine of $50 a day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2506-0682, case address 601 East Evanston Circle, owner FYR Borrower LLC, in care of Havenbrook Homes, posted at property 82225, posted at 1 East Broward, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting cases read in. This property was first inspected on 6/24/25, and the following violations were observed. 9-304 parentheses B is complied. However, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. There is a boat on one side of the property and a trailer on the other side of the carport. This is a recurring violation per case CE 23060-675. And 18-1 is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. The property was brought into compliance on 8/25/25, and as a pre-hearing inspection dated 9/8/25, the property does remain in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for that violation of 9-304 parentheses B.
I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city's uncontested the violation did exist. I understand it's in compliance now, but I make a finding of fact for 9-304B. Thank you.
Next case, page 21, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2507-0953, case address 1453 Northeast 15th Avenue, owner Christian Carbonera and William Radowski, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that has just been read. This property was first inspected on July 30th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12, the case is, that violation is complied. There is lawn debris in and around this property and or its swale. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 25010-761. Violation 9-305A, complied. There is growth of landscape material along with the accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way on the 15th Avenue side, to include but not limited to a black olive tree and calusa shrubs. This is a recurring violation. See previous case number CE 250107761. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 8th. Those violations, again, are complied. The city is just requesting a finding of fact for both those violations, 18-12A and 9-305A.
Okay, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the violations did exist. They're in compliance now, but I'll make a finding of fact for 18-12A and 9-305A.
Next case, page 24. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2501-0656, case address 5555 North Federal Highway, owner Coral Ridge Presbyterian Church, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on January 26, 2025 for the following violation, 18-1. It has complied. However, this is a recurring violation. There is a FAA required beacon light at the top of the church steeple, which is unlit. The violation creates a public nuisance. The property threatens and endangers the public safety or may negatively impact adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 211-00603. This violation is being presented to the special magistrate seeking the finding of fact. The city is requesting the finding of fact for 18-1.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the violation exists. I'll note for the record it's in compliance, but it's a reoccurring violation. And again, I'll make a finding of fact that it did take place. Again.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2504-0758, case address 1110 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner Container Box LLC, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2504-0758, address 1100 Northeast 5th Avenue. This case was first cited on April 30th, 2025 for the following violation, 18-12, parentheses A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or is swell. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 2408035. This case will proceed to special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 7, 2025, and violation remains as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12, parentheses A, or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there is notice. Sworn testimony of the city's uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance or face fine of $150 a day.
Thank you. Next case, page 25, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2502-0509, case address 1640 Northeast 15th Avenue, owner Arturo Vales and Isabel Vales, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that has just been read. This property was first inspected on 2/18/2025 for the following violations. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. Violation 4734.181. Complied. Violation 9-304B. The concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface is discolored, dirty, and stained. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas that include the fascia and the soffits at this exterior walls that are dirty and stained. Violation 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The front door at this property is dirty and stained. Violation 9-280C. The front steps of the front of this property is dirty and stained. Violation 9-305A, there's growth of landscape material along with the accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 8, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply with all violations, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for each violation or face a fine of $50 a day per violation per day.
Have a good day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 25020477, case address 1129 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Donna L. Watson, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Good afternoon. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale. This case has complied and closed.
Okay, noted for the record.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 25040134, case address 715 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner 715 Sunrise LLC, posted at property 82125, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25040134, address 715 West Sunrise Boulevard. This case was first cited on April 14, 2025 for the following violation, 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or swell. There are shopping carts full of items, trash behind the dumpster, littered throughout the swell areas and on personal property and in the parking lot. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 7, 2025, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12(A) or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance or face fine of $150 per day.
Next case, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 25040226, case address 1040 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner BHS JMF Senior Solutions 3 LLC, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This case will be rescheduled per Supervisor Antoine Lohr.
Okay, will be rescheduled. Noted for the record.
Thank you.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 25040276, case address 1036 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner S. Louisma Holdings LLC, posted at property 82025, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25040276, address 1036 Northwest 5th Avenue. This case was first cited on April 9, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 9-304, parentheses B, complied. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 47-20.20, parentheses H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are oil stains and discoloration in the parking spaces. Violation 9-363, failure to register the resident rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 7, 2025, and violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-305, parentheses B, and violation 47-20.20, parentheses H, a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter, and 15 days for violation 9-363, or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for 9-305B and 4720.20H, or face fine of $150 a day for each violation. And 9-363 will be 15 days, or a fine of $150.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2507-0154, case address 1145 Northeast 5th Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner IB Victory Investment, posted at property 8/20/25, posted at 1 East Broward 8/22/25.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 250700154, address 1145 Northeast 5 Terrace. This case was first cited on May 7, 2025. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/7/25. All violations have complied. This is a finding of fact for violation 47-20.20 parentheses H, which is a reoccurring violation, reference case CE 240108858, and will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. Violation 9-305 parentheses B, complied. This is a reoccurring violation of reference case CE 240108858, and will be presented to special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations did exist. They're all in compliance. For 47-20.20H, I'll find that the violation did exist. That'll be a finding of fact. And for 9-305B, I'll make another finding of fact that the violation did exist.
Thank you.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 25050560, case address 1205 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner Darren and Allison Terpstra, posted at property 8/20/25, posted at 1 East Broward 8/22/25.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 250-50560, address 1205 Northeast 5 Avenue. This case was first cited on May 24, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12 parentheses A, complied. Violation 18-4 parentheses C, complied. Violation 9-304 parentheses B, the asphalt concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and damaged areas and stained with dirt and oil stains. Violation 9-280 parentheses C, comply. Violation 47-20.13 point B, point 1, point C. The asphalt public right-of-way swell adjacent to the property is in disrepair with cracks, asphalt, and oil stains. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on September 7, 2025, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 9-304 parentheses B and violation 47-20.13 point B, point 1, point C, or a daily fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. For the two violations, the respondent will be given 71 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25040431, case address 5749 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner Brent Cartwright, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This case was first cited on 4/20/2025 for the following violation: 18-12A has complied. However, this is a recurrent violation. There is overgrowth on the property and swell area. This is a recurrent violation, CKCE 240907772. This case will be presented to special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-305B has complied. However, this is also a recurrent violation. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's area of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurrent violation, CKCE 240-50371. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether the violation complies prior to the hearing date. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 18-12A and violation 9-305B.
So ordered. Guys wearing me out here. I'm serious. So ordered. I heard one of the hearing officers do that, so maybe that's
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2504049, case address 5741 Northeast 18th Avenue, owner Victoria Greens LLC, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 4/15/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 47-19.4.C.2, placement, storage of containers, recycling, or dumpsters that serve private property upon or any street, alley, or public right-of-way is unlawful. Violation 24-7 parentheses B has complied. Violation 47-20.20 parentheses H. There are parking facilities at this RMM 25 zone property that is not maintained. Parking facilities are discolored. Parking lines are faded. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/3/2025 and found the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 47-19.4.C.2, 71 days for violation 47-20.20 parentheses H, 71 days for violation 9-305B, or a daily fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. Violation 47-19.4C.2 will be 10 days or $100 a day. 47-20.20H and 9-305B will be $71 days each, or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25050513, case address 3320 Northeast 59th Street, owner 3330 Northeast 59th Street LLC, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Can you repeat that case for me? What's the address?
3320 Northeast 59th Street.
Take a break? I might have to in a little bit.
You need a break?
Yeah, let's go for a little bit. What time is it?
1:15.
Can we recall that one?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
We'll go on to the next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 250600483, case address 2400 Northeast 65th Street, owner BMIRF Manor LLC, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 6/8/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 17-7.3. There are sanitation pickups occurring outside the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily. Waste management was observed collecting sanitation approximately at 5:32 a.m. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/3/2025 and found the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos and videos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 17-7.3 or a daily fine of $100 per day when found in violation.
So the owner of the property is cited for this, right?
Yes.
And their job is to contact the
Waste
hauler
management
and say,
company.
"Stop coming."
Yes, we also contact them too to give them the inspection report. But however, it still is the responsibility of the property owner.
Okay. Kendrick, how many days? 10?
10 days, yes.
Or
Or $100. $100 when found in violation.
I'm sorry, one-time violation. 100 is once.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance, or just a one-time fine of $100?
No. So it's going to be 10 days to come into compliance, but if it's found in violation, after that, it's going to be $100 every time it's found in violation.
Every time it's observed. Okay. So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25050363, case address 6531 Northeast 21st Drive, owner Angelo Patricia, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 5/17/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-4C has complied. Violation 9-304B. The paver driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface is dirty and stained. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There is area of dead and missing ground cover, to include but not limited to the swell area. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls is not being maintained. Structural elements, including the soffits, are in disrepair. Various area of the exterior shows sign of staining, peeling, and missing paint and discoloration, included but not limited to the columns. Violation 9-280C. The paver walkway at this property is dirty and stained. Violation 9-280G. Complied. Violation 9-280 (H)(1) complied. Violation 18-1 complied. Violation 47-34.1.A.1 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/3/2025 and found the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-304B, 35 days for violation 9-305B, 35 days for violation 9-306, and 35 days for violation 9-280 (C), or a daily fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter.
I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for each violation or face a fine of $100 a day for each violation.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2507-0210, case address 5200 Northeast 29th Avenue, owner Terry Jacobs, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 7/9/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-4C has complied. Violation 9-304B. There's trailers parked on the grass and lawn area. The Trail Star has complied. However, the unidentified no-name trailer remains parked on the grass. Violation 8-144 (9). There is a white and blue vessel wrapped in a king wrench moored at the dock. This is a repeat violation. Reference case CE 241-00036. Fine should begin to accrue immediately in the amount of $100 per day when found in violation. This case will be presented to special magistrate hearing whether the violation complies to impose fines accrued. The property was found in violation for this code on 8/6/2025 and 8/25/2025, total in amount of $200. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/9/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 9-304B, and for violation 8-1449. The full amounts to be imposed and fines to accrue when found in violation.
When did the fine start accruing there?
So these fines accrued on August the 6th, 2025 and August 25, 2025. Those fines were found in violation on those 2 days, totaling $200.
Okay, I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city's uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 10 days to bring 9304B into compliance or face fine of $100 a day. For 8-1449, I'll find that the violations exist and they started to accrue in August 6th and August 25th. And the fine amounts to $200 for both of those?
Yes, we're opposing
Okay,
those.
will be imposed. It's in compliance now?
No, it's not in compliance. We haven't verified it yet, but that violation is only when found in violation. So we're going to go out and do a reinspection. The property owner came today, but she left early. She stated that it is in compliance, so we're going to go out there and verify.
Yeah, but so the order is going to, you want the order just to say that the fine started to run on August 6th and August 25th and not put the fine amount?
It will say, it will mention both dates, imposing $200 and will continue to accrue whenever found in
Okay,
violation.
okay.
And this was $100, right?
Yeah, that's what I have. Okay.
Perfect. Call it and then let me go check it out right now.
Okay, we'll go through that. Our next case, page 35. Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2506-0084, case address 1816 Southwest 37th Avenue. Owner Berno Nathalis, posted at property 82625 and posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number 2025 for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 9-304B is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and on the swale. 47-21.16.A is complied. 9-306 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7, 2025, and the violation 9-305B remained. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 35 days or a fine of $50 per day to run thereafter.
So the only one out is 9-305B. It's the only thing that remains?
That's correct.
All right, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony. The city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2507-0038, case address 3915 Southwest 16th Street, owner AKUZZ AKU LLC. This case is complied. Next case, page 37, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2505-0087, case address 1911 Southwest 23rd Terrace, owner Craig J. Chiddington, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Co-Compliance, presenting case CE 2505-0087 for the property located at 1911 Southwest 23rd Terrace. This property was first cited on May 4, 2025 for the following violations. 9-306 is complied. 47-34.4.A.1 is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This includes the area where gravel was added on the south side of the property. 9-304B, there is a boat on a trailer, a golf cart, and a pickup truck parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is in disrepair. The gravel has worn away. There is grass and or weeds growing through it, and the tarp is showing. 25-13 is withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7, 2025, and the following violations remained. 9-305B and 9-304B. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 71 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony. The city is uncontested. The violations exist. The respondent will be given 71 days to come into compliance for each violation or face fine of $50 a day per violation.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2506-0840, case address 2506 Key Largo Lane, owner Hiram Concepcion, posted at property 82625, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25060840 for the property located at 2506 Key Largo Lane. This property was first cited on June 30, 2025 for the following violations. 47-39.A.1.B 6B is complied. 9-304B, there is a boat on a trailer parked in the grass lawn area to the left side of the house. 9-308B is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7, 2025, and the following violations remain. 9-304B and 9-305B. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 15 days for 9-304B, a compliance deadline of 35 days for 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist for 9-304B. There'll be 15 days to come into compliance for face fine of $50 a day. For 9-305B, it'll be 35 days or a fine of $50 a day per violation of $50 per day.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2505-0468, case address 1830 Southwest 23rd Terrace, owner George Pinedo, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25050468 for the property located at 1830 Southwest 23rd Terrace. This property was first cited on May 19, 2025 for the following violations. 8-1449 is complied. 18-4C is complied. 15-28. The business at this location, Luxury Pontoon Charters of Fort Lauderdale, is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 9-280B is complied. 9-305B. The landscape at the rear of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. In addition, there are areas of the front yard that have dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A is complied. 47-34.4.A.1. No person shall park, store, or knowingly permit another person to park or store any of the vessels or commercial watercraft in or upon any right-of-way or waterway at any time within any residentially zoned district. 9-306 is complied. 9-304B is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 3rd, 2025, and the following violations remained. 15-28, 9-305B, and 47-34.4.A.1. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 35 days for violations 15-28 and 47-34.4.A.1, a compliance deadline of 71 days for 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 35 days to comply 15-28 and 47-34.4A.1. They'll be given 71 days to comply 9-305B or face fine of $50 per day per violation. All right?
Next case, page 40. Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2506-0454, case address 2406 Key Largo Lane, owner Norman Dabbit, posted at property 82625, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25060454 for the property located at 2406 Key Largo Lane. This property was first cited on June 18, 2025 for the following violations. 47-22.3.r is complied. 9-304B, the driveway is stained. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls and fascia that have stains and or missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7, 2025, and the following violations remained. 9-304B and 9-306. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 35 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance for each violation or face a fine of $50 a day for each violation.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25060-813, case address 2961 Southwest 17th Place, owner Frederick G. Barron, posted at property 82525, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25060-813 for the property located at 2961 Southwest 17th Place. This property was first cited on June 30, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, palm fronds, on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24031-069. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 47-39.A.1.B 6B. There's outdoor storage on this RS-6.85B zoned property. There are items including, but not limited to, a kayak, white poles, cushions, a gray plastic tote, and other miscellaneous items being stored outdoors. 9-308B is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 7, 2025, and the following violations remained. 47-39.A.1.B 6B. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 18-12A, a compliance deadline of 35 days for 47-39.A.1.B 6B, or a fine of $50 per day to run thereafter.
All right. I'll find there's notice the sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations did exist and do exist. And for 1812, I'll make a finding that it is in compliance, but I'll make a finding of fact that it did exist. For 47-39A1B6B, the respondent will be given 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day, was it?
Yes.
$50 a day.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25070-121, case address 2161 West State Road 84, owner Hotel at Marina Bay LLC, personal service on 82625, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25070-121 for the property located at 2161 West State Road 84. This property was first cited on July 10, 2025 for the following violations. 15-28. The business, Maritime Hotel, at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 8, 2025, and the violation 15-28 remained. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 15 days or a fine of $100 per day to run thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day.
Thank you.
We're going back to page 31. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2505-0513, case address 3320 Northeast 59th Street, owner 3330 Northeast 59th Street, LLC, posted at property 82725, posted at 1 East Broward 82225.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 6/3/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 8-91 (C). There is a dock moored structure in disrepair at the rear of this property. It's in a current condition which is unsafe and unsanitary in an unsanitary state. Violation 47-21.9.m. Sections of this RS8 zone property and vacant lot has no lawn cover as required. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 230-30159. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether the violation complies prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 9/7/2025 and find the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 71 days for violation 8-91C and 71 days for violation 47-21.9.M or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
How many days for 8-91?
71.
Okay. Have you heard from them?
Yes, I heard from the property manager. She said the property owner was out of town, so he couldn't attend the magistrate. I let her know that it's 71 days for both violations, and they plan to come to compliance.
Okay, I'll find that there's no sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 71 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you.
That's what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all have a good
Thanks.
day.
Can I go with you?
Our next case, page 41, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2506-0010, case address 204 Northwest 9th Street, owner 240FLL Trust. This case, we're finding the city is going to waive the fines on this case.
Okay, noted for the record.
Next case, page 42, Inspector Robert Crock, Ahmad Wallace, presenting case number CE 2507-0172, case address 1700 Northeast 57th Street, owner Hilda Gonzalez. This case was first cited 7625 to comply by 7625. Two sections complied at $250, $500 total. Appeal deadline was 7/21/25. The city is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
Inspector Wallace presenting on City of Fort Lauderdale behalf. This property was first inspected on 7/6/2025 following a neighbor complaint about loud noise, and the following violations were observed. Violation 17.7.10.A, immediate fines of $250. There is non-amplified sound coming from this residential property that is plainly audible from 25 feet from the property line after 10 p.m. This violation is considered transient in nature, thus constitutes an immediate civil penalty. Violation 17-7.1.8, immediate fine of $250. There is amplified sound coming from the residential property that is plainly audible 25 feet from the property after 10 p.m.
Did you hear it more than 25 feet away?
Say it again.
Did you hear it more than 25 feet away?
I heard non-amplified, yes. I seen the video. I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
We can play it.
Oh, okay. All right, let me hear the video. I'm going to find that the violation does exist and impose the fine. I know for the record there was no appeal.
Yep, no appeal. Our next case, page 43. Inspector Robert Crock, Ahmad Wallace, presenting case number CE 25030372, case address 333 Tarpon Drive, owner All Saints Protestant Episcopal Church. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 7/8/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $4,500 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
And there's notice for this how was notice provided for this hearing?
This is a Massey, so it was.
Yeah, but you didn't have to provide now. I mean,
Certified.
Mail and posted.
Mailing?
Mail and posted.
Posted. Okay, I'll find there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County, and I'll pose the fine. In each of the cases where you're going to do an imposition of fine, if nobody's here, I just need to hear how you did notice.
Say it again? Oh, it's posted on the property.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate that, and they just told me that, so I'm going to impose the fine.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2407-0187, case address 1216 Southwest 39th Avenue, owner Crown 1 LLC. This case was first heard 11425 to comply by 12425, 12925, 21125, and 51325. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day for a total of $17,900. 1 section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $2,800. $20,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This was also posted at the property and certified mail.
Okay, thank you. I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County, and I'll oppose the fine.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2409-0409, case address 401 Northwest 17th Place, owner Anthony Powell and Latanya Powell. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:9:25 and 4:24:25. 1 suspension from 6:10:25 to 8:12:25. 1 section complied at $50 per day for a total of $150. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $7,500. Grand total $7,650. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This was also posted at the property and certified mail.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County, and I'll oppose the fine.
Next case, page 46, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2407-0524, case address 2101 Northeast 55th Court, owner APC CS Trust. This case was first heard 6:10:25 to comply by 7:8:25. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day. $9,450 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County, and I'll impose the fine.
Next case is page 48, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 2503-0177, case address 813 Southwest 8th Avenue, owner Don Berner 1 LLC. This case was first heard 5:29:25 to comply by 7:24:25. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $2,350 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice. Lowen told me that the S on the agenda means that there's posting. Is that what that means? Okay, I'll find that there's posting. There's notice in accordance with Charlotte County, Massey versus Charlotte County, and I'll impose the fine. I'll accept the sworn testimony of the city that the order hasn't been complied with.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2409-0280, case address 6581 Northeast 20th Way, owner James W. Abbott. This case was first heard 1:14:25 to comply by 1:24:25 and 4:8:25. 1 suspension from 6:10:25 to 7:8:25. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order hasn't been complied with, and I'll oppose the fine.
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2503-0445, case address 1466 Northeast 62nd Street, owner Mueller B. Honoret. This case was first heard 6:10:25 to comply by 6:20:25 and 7:8:25. 2 sections complied at $50 per day, $5,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order hasn't been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2409-0396, case address 421 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner 3rd Avenue Development LLC. This case was first heard 6:10:25 to comply by 6:20:25 and 8:12:25. 1 section complied at $150 per day, $1,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
I'll find that there's notice. Did you want to say something?
No, I have other.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with. I'll certify.
Next case, page 53, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2502-0491, case address 800 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Goddess LLT. This case was first LTD. This case was first heard 7:8:25 to comply by 9:9:25. 1 section not complied at $150 per day. Fines start 9:10:25.
Good afternoon, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25020491, address 800 West Sunrise Boulevard. This case was first heard at the July 8th, 2025 Special Magistrate hearing, where the magistrate ordered for violation of 47-21.15.8, 63 days to comply, or a fine of $150 a day thereafter, and imposed a fine of $150 for the removal of an oak tree. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 8th, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting a 35-day extension and a stay of fines.
Okay. I'll extend the time for compliance by 35 days and stay the fines during that period.
Thank you. Next case, page 54, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 25060614, case addressing Avenue owner. The full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice in accordance with... Oh, sorry.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25060614, address 920 Northwest 2nd Avenue. This case was first heard at the August 12th, 2025 Special Magistrate hearing, where the magistrate ordered 18-12A 10 days to comply, or a daily fine of $500, and for 18-1 imposed daily fines of $500, which continue to accrue. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 8th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue until compliance is met. And the city is also requesting an order to install a fence.
Order to do what to the fence?
To install a fence around the property.
Okay. Serious threat to the public health, safety, and welfare?
Yes. Yes.
Siri agrees. Siri agrees with it. Everyone agrees with it. All right, you can't beat that. All right, I'll find that there is notice in accordance with Matthew versus Charlotte County. I'll impose the fine. I'll accept the testimony of the city and Siri that, in fact, it's a serious threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. And the city's authorized to put a fence around the property, and the cost incurred by the city in doing that will be the responsibility of the respondent.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 58, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 24110397, case address 645 Flamingo Drive, owner Jesse Shaw. This was in order to reappear. However, this case has been complied and closed.
Okay, and I just want to, it shows that there's $2,800. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's a weird part.
Is that the case? This is the Shaw case. This is the seawall.
The seawall case.
I think what happened was that I was here last time and it was set for rescheduled, and I didn't suspend the fine. I mean, it shows $2,800. Is that what he owes? Does he owe a fine amount? Yeah, the seawall.
The seawall, the one where Dr. Gassman.
He certainly doesn't think that he does. I can tell you this. I think it's, when I was here, it was rescheduled. And I think that what I didn't understand was that I figured that the fines would be stayed while it was rescheduled, but they were not, I'm guessing. And so that's where the fine amount comes, and that was my intention, certainly, would be to have stayed the fines.
So he was supposed to show up on the 12th, and for whatever reason, an email was sent.
But it said rescheduled on the agenda, though.
The last time.
Yeah.
So the fines would have automatically accrued.
Well, I didn't.
58. This is Dr. Shaw, the doctor with the seawall.
We can always backdate the compliance dates.
I mean, look, I was familiar with that case, and he certainly doesn't think he has any fines.
Well, neither does the inspector. She's not here.
So, what do we need to do about it? I didn't understand that rescheduled. I would have intervened and said, let's stay the fines while it's rescheduled. And I just thought that was done automatically. It was not, apparently.
Our next case is on page 64. Case Inspector Matthew Fletcher, case number CE 2506-0664, case address 2880 Southwest 14th Street, owner Todd Dufresne and Eric Restivo. This is a stipulated agreement between the respondents and the city for violation 9-305B. We are in agreement with 100 days at $50 per day for violation 9-305B.
Is that a verbal stipulation or a written stipulation?
It's a written.
Okay, I'll accept. All right, I'll accept the stipulation offered by the parties and make it part of the record.
And the city is requesting to enter pages 65 and 66 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, that'll be made part of an exhibit for the record, and it will be noted that the cases are complied.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Tuesday, September 9th, 2025.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda.
Okay. That'll be made part of the record as well. All right. Thank you, folks. Thank you, everyone.